The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. We're going to immediately start with a blueprint. Ethanol or hexane for always food. Okay, so as you guys saw, what we did on the last stream is we added in this rocket platform so that we can land a rocket over here and quickly, or more quickly, tame this asteroid. Now, I did, while we were in our starting soon scene, went to the other playthroughs that I did of this game so that I can see how I had the whole colony planned out over here. I'm not sure if I'm going to copy everything block for block like I did on our first one, but I do know that I did not actually tame the iron volcano, which I think is right here. But there is two things of water right here, and then way over here, like almost against the neutronium, is where the aluminum volcano is. So we are going to be going over there to tame it. It should be in line with this abyssalite right here. So it's like this height, but way over here. We're just barely able to see it. I actually think I might have to cut through here. Because I'm looking at the picture that I have, and some of this is identical, some of it's not. So I have this. There should be neutronium right here, which there is. Yeah, this is the room. So the we might actually be able to see this obsidian should have neutronium right above it. It does. All right, we can see the first tile of the volcano. So although we can't see the actual color because it's black, right here is the first of the 4 tiles of the volcano. So anyway, we're going to be using the rocket for a house while we have multiple people over here building this asteroid. I'm going to bring both builders. I think what we should do is probably build all this first. Specifically the all the drywall, and then we can have just random people coming up here and do the rest. So I'm going to place in all the drywall, and then we'll figure out how well they're going to do this by themselves. Is this... That's just buried object. And then I can see that's there. I know this goes to that. I don't know what part of this is space exposure. There's 2 pieces. Space exposure there. And also right here. And then right here. That doesn't have any, this doesn't have any. So that's all the drywall for that portion. We have this big area here. Space exposure there. Space exposure here. You can see that one's there. Looks like that is the first one for this line. This ladder. And this is all just to keep some amount of atmosphere in here. It's not really going to serve a benefit for us aside from that. And I do see that we just got 2 volt eggs. This is only counting 1 right now. I guess it's because we can't reach it. Yep, there we go. Now it says 3. Let's say space exposure and barrier object. It does. Space exposure, but not there. Alright, that should be the end of it. I need to relocate all of these eggs so that they don't hatch up there and start eating all the regolith, because we can use that in place of sand if we ever run out of sand. Oh! Cancel all that. And all that. And I'm pretty sure the one that you're standing right behind, yep, or in front of. Probably don't need this. Yep, don't need that. Everything else we should still need though. And then that should make it easier for us to work up here. We do still have all this to go through, but they should be fine. Actually, if I tell them to dig all of this, they should be able to do this a little bit quicker because they can reach everything. They can start the ladders from the right side and the left side. This area they should be able to reach without even having to do all the ladders. But who knows? And I might as well tell them to deconstruct all this. And while I'm at it, we should probably put deconstruct on buildings only so they don't deconstruct stuff I don't want destroyed. That is going to release the hydrogen that was in that spot, that's fine. I might also punch a hole in here just so that the hydrogen can release out of that. What does the... Oh, there's a lot of oxygen up here. I thought we had more polluted oxygen than regular oxygen. Apparently it's the opposite. I can tell that my computer is struggling to run all this. What if I turn it to just gas? Does it run a little bit better? Yep, there we go. Now we're a tiny bit smoother in moving. Alright, so there's a little bit of hydrogen over here, a little bit, a lot in there. We do still have more in these 2 spots, and a tiny bit there. I'll probably release all the hydrogen. Can I have all of these moved at a 7? So that they're stuck in here? Now, in one of my previous playthroughs, when I did this and didn't feed them, over time they did all die. I don't know why. Because I thought when you have critters in here, and you don't feed them, and you don't tame them, they will make 1 egg to replace them when they die. So you should never go below 1 if you have 1 critter. But for some reason, all the critters died in one of our previous playthroughs. I don't know. Maybe it was, their... what's it called? Comfort range? No, because they can go down to -100 and live in 400. Or that's what they like. They can go down to -200 and up to 500 degrees. So they should be able to live in a steam room. But for some reason I had all of them die, and I don't know why. I wasn't feeding them. I had the same room just like this. I didn't have any, I had critter drop-off in it, but it didn't have a, what's the station called? I'm forgetting what it's called. The whole time I was trying to figure out what this is. Oh, it is the grooming station. I thought it was like a critter station or something like that. Forgot the name of it. And that is going to be there until I reload the game. That occasionally happens. That actually happens a lot for my computer. I know it's not uncommon, but for me that happens a lot. This buried object icon. Like gets stuck after you dig it. Are we ready to take this over to the other area? We are not, because we need some more tiles in there. Should probably also deconstruct wires we don't need. We don't need that whole thing, we don't need this. I could put multiple beds in here. Isn't there a bunk bed? How big is the bunk bed? Okay, it's the same as the cot in size, I mean. So I wouldn't really get a lot of dupes in here. Do I want 4 beds or 2? I think I want a 4th bed here. So if I go like that, we can add 3 more beds. This will allow us to bring both of our builders and both of our diggers over here. To the other asteroid, I mean. I just have to make sure that there's nothing in here that they wouldn't be able to dig. So if I think the only thing they can't all dig is the abyssalite, right? Abyssalite is a 2. I'm pretty sure everything else is a 1, so anyone can dig it. Yeah, the abyssalite's the only thing they can't dig. So what we could do is, honestly, we could send them over now. Start building up the other asteroid, and then have, you know, our random dupes do over here. Because nothing's really going to happen immediately with this asteroid. There is a Pidgey in chat if anyone wants the original bird Pokemon. They're almost done building that, so we should be getting a combination of gases up here now. Actually, is it expanding the oxygen because we have less pressure? That's probably what's happening here. Yeah, we have 4,000 or 4 kilograms of gas pressure down here. So we have been losing a lot of gas pressure this entire time. Which is expected when you have a giant hole in the colony. Alright, they're starting to work on over here. Starting to think that maybe I should start digging vertically rather than horizontally. Like if we just went and dug out all of that. I could also start sweeping up everything on this side. So if I just went down to the first roof of a building, should be all of that. That'll take a long time for them. What I did in one of my previous playthroughs is I used auto sweepers and drop-offs to push all the debris down to like one area, and then I was having an auto sweeper send it up into the colony to be sorted through. Which I could do again. But it honestly takes a little too much time that I want to deal with. Because we'd have a constant flow of items coming in and being constantly filtered. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Ooh, even more food. They're already almost done digging this out. How quickly are they putting in drywall? I know it is a decent walk to get there. It looks like they do about 8 pieces of drywall at a time, so they might only have like 4 more trips, maybe 5 more trips to do the rest of that. We now have 6 eggs. Go to the next 2. How do we get delectables? Body temperature between 60 and 100. Maybe that's what did it? No, their comfort range is still negative 100 to 100, so even if they all turn into delectables on my other playthrough, they shouldn't have died off. Yeah, I don't know how to explain that, chat. And we now are shooting up in number with how much igneous rock we're getting because there's so much up here in the space biome. Pretty soon we won't have enough space for all the eggs to be one at a time. Do I start planning out the next section of drywall? I think I should. This is mostly all visible. I think I'm gonna guess that it's right here. We can tell by the corner where there is atmosphere, so it's gonna be like that. This goes down at least 1. And then it's probably right here. That goes to at least right there. So we can start placing in everything else. And then we'll go through and make sure that we didn't put any cracks in the walls. Like right here, I'm not too sure. That doesn't have exposure. This does. And over here, that does not have exposure, so it looks like we actually figured it out pretty easily. That's just buried objects that I could have a shovel egg. That'll be the next amount of... Why are they not doing these? Why are they skipping? What? Right, I'm gonna tell them to dig out all that, because that might help them focus on this more. Those people were over here just digging out the stuff, but they were also placing in some drywall. We need all of this to be here so they can do all of these. So I can't build there, but I can wall it off like that. And then this is probably going to take some figuring out in order to get completely correct. So that looks like space exposure right there. It's definitely a vacuum. So we know that's a wall. That's space exposure. But it looks like it goes down too. Space, space, no space. So it looks like that. Could be wrong. They dug out all of this. They should be focusing on those ladders and the drywall right there. I'll tell them to dig out the next portion. Hopefully that makes it easier for them. After maybe 2 more ladder runs, they shouldn't be able to get stuck anywhere. I need to tell them to prioritize doing some things over others. Like, I want all this drywall done before they do this drywall. I know it's also prioritizing that over the ladders, which is fine. We don't really need an atmosphere, but at the same time it would help us. And this is going to keep flashing unreachable, unreachable as they dig out more stuff from over here. Once they dig out these 3 pieces, we should always be able to get in there. There we go. They just have to build these ladders, which I will also put on a 6 so that they can get over there. And then let's do a little bit more drywall. So I can see that there's an atmosphere there. This looks like it has one. Yep. This looks like it has one. That's atmosphere on both of those. It really goes up in a diagonal line? That does not seem normal. Like over here, it skips occasionally. It goes down to... Huh. This looks like it's a straight line here. I just can't tell where space exposure starts. Does it really start right there? The first visible spot? I think it does. Space there at that salon. Right. Yep. Then it looks like it goes up diagonally there. Then we have just this area. If I had something that was like a starry background, I would make the drywall out of that just so that we can have like a space exposure type thing going on there. It looks like they did all of the Yeah, they did all the 6 drywall. Priority 6 stuff. I am going to tell them to do all of the ladders now. They should be able to get all that done a lot quicker. I could also tell them to start digging out the next vertical amount. Alright, let's figure out how much databanks we need. 24 more databanks is needed. We have exactly 0, so it's have to go in here. Each databank is 5 kilograms, so we need less than 100 in here. So 100 would be 25, so it'd be 95? That doesn't seem correct. I don't think it's 95. $96. I was off by 1. Wait. It's 120. I was dividing that, multiplying. So if I unclick this... Nope, that doesn't do it. I really don't want that much plastic in here. If I do that, I think they'll come in here and remove the plastic. I also want to make sure this is working. It's not on. Why is it not on? So that's correct. This is correct. Oh, we didn't set this up to have oxalate. So there's no gas in there. I'm gonna make sure it's 1,000 because I don't want too much in here. Did they take any of the stuff out? They did not. Would it be easier to just deconstruct and add it back in? It'd be easier to do that rather than waiting for them to do stuff about it. Okay, they should be able to get through that soon. Oh, they didn't over here. They're doing alright. If I tell them to dig these 2 tiles, they might be able to place this in, and then... No, let's dig this tile so they can sit there. I'm trying to make it so that they can come at the ladder from 2 different directions. Alright, did they finish all this? They did not. Can I set this stuff to a 6? So that we can get out of here? And what are you guys doing in here? Alright, they got rid of the tile. So if I put that back... If I just undo that, they might do the storage stuff in this quicker. I am starting to think that we might need a third thing for rad pills. No, that does not do it. That keeps us turned off. If I just separate these for a moment, they won't continue to make more. And then I can switch around the storages a little bit easier. Actually, I can't. I would need an extra tile space, and there is no extra tile space. So one of these is gonna have to stay up here. Sounds like we have two different asteroids coming towards us. This one I have no idea where it's going. I also don't. This one kind of looks like it's going for that one. Now I can see that it's going this way. Alright, so maybe with luck. Hold on, couldn't we just send the rocket with the telescope over here for a little bit? We're gonna do that. Forget this whole math problem here. I want this swept out. Alright. You can reach there, and you can reach... If I copy this to here, copy this to here, and then tell them to stop making that. Should be able to move everything over. Welcome in, Redneck. Yes, mug and first are done. Slicky was able to come in earlier and get the mug. Actually, did Slicky redeem it, or did he just say mug 3? Yeah, Slicky did redeem it. Alright, now the next thing that we could do is move all this stuff over to... I think I will, just for the sake of keeping it a little bit more clean. If I relocate that to there, we will copy settings to this one. Somebody got trapped. Who's trapped? Dupe, what are you doing down here? Oh, you must have came in from over here somehow. How did... Oh, that can't go through there. Alright, how are they doing? They're getting a lot of this done. This is going to take the longest. Not only because it is a large area to put in drywall, but because they have no ladders. This area should be a little bit quicker. So if I just prioritize all of that. this is gonna stay here. I need to get rid of the automation though. Actually, this can be joined in again. And I think what I want to do is move this here. Should just kept it like that. Deconstruct all of this. That there. We're gonna move this over one and put 2 storages, so it'll be mirrored here and then mirrored by 2 storages. Which would mean that this gets relocated to right here. And then deconstruct those 2. Planning on getting zombies or just going for one of each room achievement? We were doing one of each room in a way. I don't think I have one of everything. Building wise, I wanted to have one of every single hospital building. That's the only reason why we have them in there. We did have zombie sport kids in here, but we never actually had any issues with them. Normally in my other playthroughs, somebody does get, like one person gets sick. And then I have to use this once, maybe. But we never actually had it. Do I have one of every room? I know I don't do power plants, so that's not going to be in here. We have a bathroom. We have multiple barracks. We have the new banquet hall. We have kitchen, which they're the exact same color. We have a massage clinic. We have a hospital. Like I said, we're skipping power plant. Greenhouse would not be in here. Stable is, laboratory is, recreation room is, nature reserve down here. So over here is a stable, but we could... Crops grown within a greenhouse can be tended with farm-stable fertilizer and increase so we just need a farming station in this to make the last thing. Do I have it unlocked? Am I just not able to see it? I don't think I have it unlocked. I would assume farming station would be up here. That's the fertilizer, I think. Farm station, it's right there. I do have it unlocked. Oh, it's the very first thing. I'm trying to see what it does. We could extend the rooms here by 2 additional blocks just to fit in the farm station. Because I could put doors in each one of these to cut them down from the large area that they are in. It wouldn't take too much time to move everything over 2 blocks. We might do that in the future. What is the max room size for a greenhouse? 96, just like everything else. This is already 96, but it is a stable for the sweeters, so we're not going to do it to that. This is including everything outside because it has multiple doors, but it should be less than 96 because it's only 3 blocks. And it's not any longer. So we should be able to put another, whatever number this is in row, we should be able to put another chunk of it over here. Which means that for both of these, we have enough room if we put doors over here, which would mean shuffling all of this over by 1 block at least. Just so that this is inside the room like this side is. And we are getting asteroids now. What asteroids are we getting now? Also, I want to make sure that in here we took all the plastic out. We did. Put that there. Sweep all this up. And all this. Oh, they were able to get to the dig commands. That's why they're going all the way over here. Okay, let's tell them to dig all this then. And since we are 1 hour in, we're going to do our first prediction of today. So if we start, what's in the pod? We have a person trapped. For the blue pod in the top left corner, is it going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide. And who got stuck? You got stuck. Willow! You're supposed to be streaming, not getting stuck. Right, how did they do? Oh, they're still removing stuff. Okay. Are we getting snow? We are getting snow, and it's immediately evaporating. That's why we're not seeing anything. This may be the largest chunk of abyssite that you're going to be doing. No, it looks like this area here. That looks very thick. Alright, gold. Even though we have a gold volcano. How are we at emptying the iron volcano? We still got a lot in here. It's not going to get deleted or removed anytime soon. We are almost done all the salt water and polluted water that we can do without mopping it up ourselves. Which reminds me, or begs the question, can I just come in here and mop it all up like that? I think I can. I doubt we can do most of this. We can do that little bit of liquid phosphorus. And then once somebody does that, that polluted water should mix in. Does that mean we can do that now? Nope. There is 600 kilograms, almost 700. But we are getting to the point where the water should be draining out from... Oh, it did drain out from up top of the polluted water. So that now should eventually fall over into this tile and then mix in with all this, pushing it further over. But that all has to wait until this line of water goes away. Another person's trapped. Dupe! I could just cancel the dig commands, but I don't feel like canceling them. How is the atmosphere doing? Obviously, there's none over here because that's a hole in the asteroid. It looks like the pressure went up because there's less hydrogen right here. But that's at 4 kilograms, and this is at 2 kilograms, so I don't know how that's not being pushed downwards. I think it's just trying to figure out how to do it. The amount of oxygen in here is a lot larger. I don't know why this isn't expanding upwards either. Is it just taking a little while for it to calculate going up that far? Probably. While it's doing that, I need to check one thing. Oh. I may be in trouble now. Give me 1 minute, chat. I need to do something off screen. To make sure I am okay with something else that's not Twitch related. Okay, I should be fine. Right, they're almost done digging all that out. Let me catch up on chat because I haven't looked at it in a while. It's a turbo speed on plant growth. If you got fertilizer, it's worth having to use it. I mean, it would give us a reason to not use fertilizer for our rockets. If I were to go into fertilizer, it should be in here. This takes polluted water, dirt, and phosphorus and creates natural gas and fertilizer. So we could put this in our oil area down here, since it already has natural gas. Put it right here. I think we will build this out and put it in over here. I think it requires piped in water. That would make sense. That we just need to bring the dirt over here. In terms of how to tame this, I think I just thought of how to tame it correctly for the volcano. We could incorporate this into just one large room. It will need steam so that we can steal the heat from it for power. But we could have natural gas at the bottom that gets vacuumed out until it reaches the point of... I guess this only cuts it off at 500 grams. Do our steamers have 100 kilograms or 100 grams? It's 100 kilograms. This has 200 because we had too much water in it, but... if this were here, it'd have to have another 0. Can I not do that much? Oh, I can. I don't know why it didn't go through. Is that... I don't think that's right. I think that's just 2 kilograms. We need another 2 zeros. What? Oh, it can only be 20 kilograms. How do I make it not vacuum out? I guess we would have to do an element sensor at a certain height to make sure that we're not vacuuming out steam. Let's put this back to 500. It's not enough nat gas to be power positive, but can make gas range work on planets. You got no geyser or farters. That's what I thought. I had a feeling it doesn't do anything to like give us a benefit on power, but it'd be nice to have the natural gas collection all in the same room. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to put the not an Atmos sensor, but a gas element sensor Is it a gas element? Yeah, it's definitely a gas element sensor. So we'd have a natural gas pump at the bottom rather than at the top like we do now. And I would have to make sure that it's above the pump has natural gas, just so that we have a cushion of a tile where steam won't get collected. Then we should be able to take from this. I don't remember how many turbines I need for a large volcano. I'm pretty sure someone once told me I need 7, or it's 6.5, but you can't do half a turbine, so it's still 7. Not too sure. Welcome in, Regus! You need enough turbines? I know. How are you doing, Regus? Somebody's trapped. Is it Regus? Oh, it's me! What am I doing? Oh, they're gonna keep getting trapped because of the regolith. So they're going all the way over here. This is dirt, so it won't fall. They'll be able to get up there. I'm telling them to dig all that out. That should make a staircase going all the way up. 6-point time. To tame the large volcano. Because the minor volcanoes, you need, I think, 2.5. And this is even saying that it's not hot enough in here. That's because all the water's getting spread out right there. That makes sense. Feels a bit overkill. Let me look at this. 1726. Oh, it's the same. Is it just it makes a lot more magma, I think is what's going on here. Eruption period is 63 seconds every 8,000. It's a shorter eruption period, but quicker time frame. The active period is larger, but the dormant period is also larger. I think it just makes more magma than the minor volcano, which then requires more turbines to cool down. And what is going on over here? Why is this getting colder? This is supposed to be flashing immediately, not getting filled up. Are we destroying that much heat? Having a third set of this? We could put an aqua tuner in here that just cools down water just to heat up this area, or I could put another trap dupe over here. Sophie, what are you doing? There. Now nobody should be able to get stuck in here again. It does look like we're ready to do a next vertical cut. Guess it depends on another tamer setup. Miner's about half a big one. So we'd only need 5. Because I remember correctly, this should be 2.5. If I were to turn this one off, eventually this would get too hot for 2 turbines to kill off the heat. So if we just double that, that's at least 5. If anything, the fraction's not actually a half a turbine, it'd be like 2/3, which would mean we would need a 6th turbine. But either way, muck root. This concerns me because once that gets too high, we won't make ethanol for our plants and we won't be able to use the coal generators. I could pipe in this magma just to flash it and introduce a lot of heat. What can I put in there that has a lot of heat? I mean, we could move this cobalt into there. It's not a far walk. If anything, they're going to drop it down here and flash this water. I'm going to attempt to relocate all of this into here to get this a lot hotter. How are they doing on sweeping? It looks like they're sweeping pretty well. They're going up the wall now. Let's just do this as well. The hot rock in the volcano is hot. You're not wrong. Who is suffocating? Who is somebody stuck? Taco. Taco, you don't have to stand in the carbon dioxide. Why is there so much in here anyway? I think I'm gonna need to put in a bunch of airflow tiles right here. Maybe one right here as well. But the whole point of this not having airflow tiles in the corners so that it only has one way to get in. So maybe what I want to do is airflow tiles on here instead, so that it still has to work its way over here. I'm going to do that real quick. It's going to require me to deconstruct all of these tiles. But they won't be able to get out, so it's fine. I'm okay with that having carbon dioxide in it. They don't, duplicates don't really stand there. And if we put all that back, shouldn't have any other issues with carbon dioxide. This area is always going to have carbon dioxide in it. There's nothing that I can do to stop that from collecting it. What I can stop is pea water being up here. They already picked up everything from over here. Once they do everything on here, I will, I guess, just go down the line here. Get the whole left side of the colony all swept and mopped. How are they doing on the water over here? Ooh, we're almost starting to get water. So how's the water level over here? They did combine, so I think the polluted water is mixing in over here in this. Once it gets to 1,000 kilograms, it should be pushing the water out of the way, I think. Not too sure. I'm still debating on adding in this volcano into the area. It wouldn't be too hard to do because we can just throw water right on top of it since we have a water pipe going from the oil wells. I could turn off the oil wells quickly to do that. The other issue it would cause occasionally is the crude oil would probably flash into petroleum, if not also into sour gas. None of them are directly over the volcano. So if I get the temperatures right, we could put a kind of like a bowl around the volcano to make sure that the lava doesn't touch the oil. It's just the ambient temperature coming from the volcano might flash the oil as it falls, because it's so little. And I'm really only worried about the oil well in the top right. This one up here. These two should be fine. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this yet. We'll do this one at a time. So the first thing we're gonna do is add the fertilizer making thing in there. How are they doing up here? A bowl of magma soup sounds yummy. It's only a little bit hot. It might burn your tongue, along with the rest of your skin. I mean, over here we have a small bowl. This is what I mean. Because the magma, when it does give off magma, it won't fill up this tile to overflow. This one, I think, does give off enough that it would make 2 tiles of height with this amount of space. So I'd probably go to, like, right here on both ends, which would allow the oil to drip down this side. That's only, like, maybe 3 or 4 blocks away. This one is going to go right on top of the fertilizer machine, so it's going to be right here. Because this is going to be the new wall. So that is more than 10, I think. This one is below it, so it shouldn't even interact with the heat from that. Start off a sour gas boiler, that's what I'm here. No. No, we're not doing a sour gas boiler, on purpose at least. And these are the only 3 oil wells in our entire asteroid here. We had multiple oil biomes. Oh wait, no, we have 2 here. And there's a 3rd one. So if need be, we can steal oil from another place. And there's one right here. Alright, I'm not too worried about this anymore. I thought they were the only 3. Once they build that one tile, I'm gonna deconstruct all this and turn it into ladders. Or can melt the ones you don't need since they ruin the empty space. You mean just move the oil wells somewhere else? The only reason why I have them over here is because there's 3 in the same area. The other places don't have 3 all close together. You can melt these? The oil reservoirs? Is that what you mean? I don't know what you mean. Some are and some are not. I don't know how to tell if they can. All the statuses say the same thing. Alright, we're gonna do the next vertical dig. So we'll go to, I guess, this ladder, honestly. We'll have them dig that out. They are working pretty well over here. So we're slowly keeping more pressure in here. I'm still surprised that the carbon dioxide is not expanding as much. Is it because the polluted oxygen can't expand until the oxygen moves up? That would make sense in a way. We're still getting the occasional steam pocket because there's water here again. I'm just making sure that the broken wires aren't getting further broken. Seem fine. Oh, we're now mopping. We're now sucking up all the water. I think I just saw the last bit of polluted and salt water go up here. Oh, there it goes. We now should only be soaking up water for the foreseeable future. I can help make sure. Again, then the mop what they can. What's right here? I can't tell what bottled water's there. Eventually, we are going to get the polluted water coming over here. The more water comes out of here, the more is going to be thrown over. So at some point in the future, we're going to be soaking up just polluted water again. This did flash a lot. Wow. Oh, that's right, because of the cobalt came in here. So it should be superheating everything. Fluid won't have to get to 125. No, it's hot enough now, it's just not flashing. And then this should be deleting the steam, and over time we should go back to being more carbon dioxide than steam. Okay, I don't have to worry about that water anymore. Let's do this pod. We're not taking those slug eggs. I'm gonna let the autosave go through, and then I am going to do our first prediction of today, because we have been waiting for another 20 minutes after the prediction was completed. That's the autosave. In properties, some are made of sedimentary rocks. Those are easy to melt. The others, I don't remember. Just consider the camp. Okay, let me look at properties then. That one can be melted. I'm going to assume that these three can as well. Yes. 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 I don't think there's another one down here. I only remember 4. Because this oil biome was always small. And then there's only 2 oil biomes up here, so... Ah, it looks like they all can, because they're all sedimentary. Might do that in the future. Alright, prediction. We have around 1,000 points in bottoms, 10 points in buildings, and 30 points in wallpaper. For the sake of the underdog, I hope it's a building, and for the sake of everyone, I hope it's not tops or decorations. We're gonna open this, and then we're gonna immediately start the second one. Or no, we're gonna wait about 20 minutes before we do the second one. We'll do it around the start of the next hour. Oh, it's wallpaper! Congratulations on who I think is Gino, because there's 30 points. Gino just won over 1,000 points. And of course, Redneck says rigged. How are they on sweeping? They did everything up here. This is definitely a lot faster than the auto sweeper method that I did before. I'm just gonna go down until I see the next building. So we're starting at the volcano there. That's the next building. I'll get them moving all this because they're going to drop a portion of that onto this building, so I might as well do everything above it first. All of this should be emptied out, though. Is there anything there? No. They shouldn't be bringing anything across that area anyway. Walls are part of the building. It should count as building. It is a decoration part of building, though. Building is something that gets... How do I want to describe building? Because wallpaper is more of a sub-building. Background buildings. It is classified as a specific building. But it has its own category in the closet, doesn't it? Yeah, it has its own category in the closet. And these would be all buildings. We have a water thing? I didn't know we had that. And then artwork is decoration. Joy responses would also be decoration. And we're gonna keep it like that. Wallpapers are the pants of wall. Okay, with this little bit of cobalt in there, it should be keeping this area hot. Which we eventually warm up the steam up here and turn the turbines on. So I'm not too worried about the cobalt staying in there. At some point in the future, we might sweep it out. But now that this room is superheated up to the point where polluted water should always be flashing, because it flashes at around 120. This is a little bit over 120. That cobalt should still have a lot of heat left to inject into the carbon dioxide. It's still at 600 degrees, so that's going to be heating this up even more. I don't think I have to worry about that anymore. What was the other thing we were doing? Oh, down here. Is it a refinement or is it a station? I forget. I think it's a station. No, it's a refinery. Right there. So if I place that down, I think it gets water pumped into it. So we're just gonna come off of there. It's gonna need power. How much power does it use? Let me check that. 120. We have enough. Because right now it's doing its potential load. No, it's not. It's occasionally not doing potential load. But either way, we have enough for the potential load to not affect us at all. Oh, I didn't make this out of steel. Made it out of aluminum for some reason. Let's switch that over. Gina, did you change the color of your name? Somebody's trapped again. Gino! What are you doing? You're not supposed to be trapping yourself like that. Do we just make Gino dig the tile he's standing on, or do we tell them to build? You did change it? I was wondering why it looked different. We still have 6 eggs. Looks like 2 hatch, so there's going to be eggs over here. Obviously the one that Gino's right next to. But where is the other egg? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, is that the only 6? Okay. Because it would be just 3 ladders to build over there. I'm just going to tell Gino to dig underneath them. Tell Gino to dig that one first, and then... Oop. Gino can go back to digging. Leave him trapped? No. Regus, on the other hand, did get trapped the last stream with somebody else and escaped when I helped the other person. We were trying to leave Regus trapped. Wrong element damage. What? What gets put in here then? Oh, it's polluted water, not regular water. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it off like that. I thought it was regular water going in there. I did not read that correctly. I disconnected the pipe so that this would empty out faster. Alright, polluted water. How would we get that in here easily? I think just coming straight down from there. It doesn't have to go through this, which is going to be turned into a steam room. It can go around it and go in. Which wouldn't take too much to set up. We don't have a vertical line going straight up. There's ladders there and here. I don't know how big this room is going to get later on, so I'm just going to go up from right here. Hold 2 bridges. And I got that second bridge in right before the autosave. We are also around the halfway point for this colony. I usually only play my games until we get to around the 3000 cycle mark, and I forgot that we were in 1500s already. Why is this not going non-stop? Oh, because we're pumping out of this too. But why is this not going immediately in? Because we're also cooling it. Oh, okay. It is 95. How much does one aqua tuner cool? 14 degrees. Let me do the math. 95 minus 14, 14, 14. It goes down to 53 degrees the first time it goes through, which I am seeing 52.5. So then it needs to go through another 2? Because we're probably keeping it at 25, right? Yeah. So it does 1 full loop, then it goes through another 2 aqua tuners before it gets kicked out. What's going on right here? Insulated tile broke. Or insulated pipe, I mean. So if we were to make this 2 more aqua tuners, we could cool the water down immediately. How do we get an additional 4 tiles? We have 4 tiles right here. This could be rotated. And then these could all be moved over 1. That would fit 1 aqua tuner in. No, it wouldn't. We need 3 tiles because we also need the sensor. And I'm also surprised that this is going in and immediately coming out. What did we have to sell? Oh, we just want to keep this below 200. So in order to fit one more opportunity, we'd have to move this over one. We'd have to move this to a different spot, either rotating it or just moving it over. We'd have to move all of this over one tile. That would add in just 4. I think it would be easier just making the room an extra 6 blocks wider rather than moving everything over. Just to get this going through a lot quicker, so we don't have to wait as long. But that is also only temporary because hold on a minute. Couldn't we just put a bridge here? Or just cut this off? We're just gonna cut that off. We don't need that water. And then that should get to a point where this is cooled down a lot quicker. Once it gets through all the 95-degree water. I was overthinking that area. This, on the other hand, there's water in here again. We're trying to avoid that. I'm just gonna ignore it for now. This is not good. Hopefully if I mop all that up, it goes away. I think we're gonna need to put in some tiles in here so I can mop all that. I'm hoping that with this dripping down, it keeps the water away from here. Okay, this should stay workable now. And if I mop that up, that should get these 2 tiles, and then I should be able to get that water from here. Actually, now that I look at it, it's not going to work. So let me empty that. Once we're gonna have to start from this side so they can reach that tile. Where do you take the oil? You probably put it down in here. You do. Okay. I think it would be beneficial to have a ladder run that just goes straight down in this area. If I go straight from here, leads to that spot. We could probably just move these over. That would be beneficial for everyone. If I'm moving this up, why do we have this? I don't think we need this many anyway. Okay, they have all this in. This shouldn't get anything added to it. Why do we have a vacuum here anyway? It should still be able to get that water because I have this task there now. Yep. I would leave this tile there, but because... Hold on a minute. I think I should keep that one there. We need the ladder. Can I prioritize these over the ladders, please? Get that emptied out. Barbecue, of course. Food over everything else. They are still doing a good job of getting rid of everything. Just deconstruct those ladders. This ladder run doesn't really need to go all the way up. The highest thing that's over here is the geyser here, so we already have a line going to it. How are they doing on sweeping? They have a little bit right there, but then they also got most of all this. I'm going to do the next vertical run, which is going to include some of that. We might have this dug out before I'm ready to send the dupes to the other asteroid. Because I'm finding a lot of general maintenance stuff over here to do. Cold damage. Oh, there's steam in there. Wait, why is there steam in here? When did we have steam in here? I don't remember us ever having steam in there, or water. I'm gonna let that keep going the way that it is. And I think now that this is sorted out over a few hundred cycles that we're not gonna get any sour gas again. But I do keep a bin, because we are gonna at some point filter through all this gas that's up here. As they put more of these ladders in, we should be able to go between these a lot quicker. Eventually, they'll get rid of the water buckets. Was there anything else that I was going to do before we get into the other colony? We were talking about turning this into a steam room to tame that volcano, but I don't really need the igneous rock, so I'm not really planning on it. We could very quickly do this, but like I said, it's a temporary thing. Because if we change this to 67... it gets down to 25 on its first throw. There's a Jolteon in chat. That's an evolved Pokemon I don't think we've seen many times. Apparently we've seen it at least once, because I have it. So the 67-degree water should be going through the system once, and then going straight out. The occasional water packet might be coming because it's 0.1 degrees hotter. Okay. Now that it's 66, now it's a little bit hot. What is the temperature of it going in? 67. Okay, so some of this might have to go around another time, but should be emptied out quickly. Is there a way to up the priority of this? It should only need to get fixed one more time, because I think it takes 10 total breaks in order for it to be completely broken, and it breaks every time there's a 10 kilogram packet of steam. Pretty soon we won't have an issue there. Congratulations, Gene, on catching Jolteon. Oh no, it's 1 kilogram per break. Alright, it's gonna break about 8 more times. But with that, that ladder is pretty much done. I think we are ready to send the rocket over. So what I'm gonna do is set the crew up, I guess. Select crew. We want, I guess, Papa Rasputin, since they're a named dupe. And then I should have looked at who are our builders and diggers. So skills, we have Gino and Sophie, Willow and Dupe. Fortunate thing is we have so many dupes that are named Dupe. It's not that dupe. It could be this dupe. There's Willow, Gino, Sophie. And if that is the building hat, then it was the very first dupe we saw. Now that is 5 dupes. We have 4 beds in here, which means that somebody's not going to be able to sleep at the same time as the others. What I'm going to do first is empty out this entire area. Why do we still not have a vacuum in here? We should have oxalate. And we're still waiting to move this one egg. Let's put down a 7 so we can do it quickly. I don't know where the egg ended up. Oh, right here. Once they get this oxalate in it, should be ready to go. Oh, we were still moving stuff around in the hospital area. This is serum, so we want to copy this to down here. We want to make sure that these never go off. Oh wait, I don't want to deconstruct that actually. I just want to take the serum out of it. This is medicine, creative tablet. This gets deconstructed. Biology, serum. This is gonna be just serum. We're gonna empty that. That should mean that this is turned on, but it's not. And then what we're going to be doing is adding in 3 things over here for rat pills. So we're going to have another bin that can be turned on. Then 2, 1 here. Alright, nope. Actually, no. We also don't have enough room for 3 things up here. Wait, why are we doing another bin? You don't need another bin. We just need to place in 2 more of these. You can't reach all of them. If you get moved over 2, you won't be able to reach that. I think it's safer for us to just add another one. It's overkill with how close they are. but I don't think they can reach the left side tile and that thing. We could move this over one. We're gonna rearrange everything. Oh, I also need to change this to 10. Come on, autosave. There's 706 curated tablets in there. Why is that 20? Everything's 20, okay. But that's still 10. Can I minimize any of this? Oh, I can. Okay, so deconstruct these two. This is gonna go over here now. Straps, deconstruct. This goes here. This gets deconstructed and combined there. You go here. You go there. You need the power put in. Medicine, basic rad, 20. Don't know what was steel, but something was steel. Are these steel? No. That's all cobalt. I don't know. What we're gonna do next is change this around. Welcome me Nines Bud. You love that sound. What are those? These are things that make medicine, and then the steam turbine, or not steam turbine, smart bin is what we're using to automate them. And I'm just moving them around because we had these set up previously. So all of that gets deconstructed. I need another one of these right here. But I can't do that until this is moved. In terms of the noise you're hearing, I don't know what noise it is. So I don't know which one you're saying. You could be hearing the batteries, probably? Because they're making I don't even know how to describe their noise. 9 ceiling collapses. There's... You have blocks right there to dig. And it looks like something may have fell down here. Nope. I think that's it. Are you one of those official oxygen include shares? No, I'm not. We're just playing this as part of our story. I guess we'll take the salt seed. Okay, with that there, we're going to copy the settings here and then deconstruct this. Then that should immediately turn this on, so when we put this down, it's going to stop. These can all now be set to basic rad pill for forever and copy to here, because we have this set up. We no longer need the power in here, but we do... Whoop, we do need this power. No. There we go. We do need that powered. I follow you for a while now, but I don't get the story part. I thought you were making a story about it. No, Vintage Story was a dream of one of our duplicates. So our main story started out with us being in medieval city builder games. We then went into another chapter where we were in a modern city builder game, so we did City Skylines 2 and other various sites games that were all about city building in like various niche settings. There's one about trains, one about planes, stuff like that. For this one, we started off with Kerbal Space Program for this chapter, where we're learning about rockets. Then we did Infraspace, which was rockets and a Mars-related planet. What are these set to? They're all set to 5. Our doctor should be over here doing them. After we left Infraspace, we were on Oxygen Not Included because it's like a midpoint. You know, we're landing on asteroids on our way to our next place. So here's another one that did that break thing, and it didn't go away. Oh, there's a shovel over here. You need to be relocated. Not in the steam room. Over here, so we don't have you eating everything. So Oxygen Not Included is our main game for now. We're going to be doing 3 total colonies. This is our first one. We're going to be playing each one until around the 3000th cycle, or until we go through Temple Tears. And we're doing a bunch of side stories as though they were dreams of our duplicates, because we have this neural, or a somnium synthesizer, which takes dream journals of our duplicates. So our side stories are dreams from a single duplicate. Vintage Story was our first one. We just ended up playing it for almost 4 months. Okay, there is gold here, so if I want gold to be picked up, I would need to put it over here. So that it's automatically sent in there without me having to sweep it. These 2 things, although they will be doing the same set. Wait a minute, can I just copy the settings? No, it doesn't work like that because it's not the same item. This is for duplicates for outside the base, so this is going to be automatically sweeping up stuff from here without me having to micromanage, making sure that I sweep it. Alright, there's a there's a Nidoran female. No, that's a Nidoran male. It's one of the only 2, or only like 4 Pokemon that have male and female in their name. I think there's another Pokemon that has the gender as part of the name, but I can't think of who it is. They're not able to get down here yet, but they are working on this, so I'm going to let them do that. I think now that we have the medicine done, we should be ready to use this first rocket. We do have Oxalate in here finally. Let me check the priorities of both of these. This has no food. This has no pills, but they're both on a 7, so these should both be on a 7 as well. They are. Why do we not have enough food in each of them though? One of these should be just pickled meal. That's the pickled meal one. This should probably be on a 6, so that we prioritize putting it into the rockets. Is this an endless game? In a way, yes. As you go further into the cycles, the main thing that will make you stop playing a colony is your computer power. Most people stop around 2000 cycles or beforehand. Like in a way, as far into the cycles as a lot of people that I've heard play it. Okay. Yeah, as Redneck is saying. I'm gonna re-say this once Einsmod comes back from the ad. But thank you, Redneck, for answering in a message so that I can see it now. My PC goes to about 3,000 cycles before it really starts to struggle. Right now, it's really just the auto saves and loading the game take forever. We might have all this water sucked up by the time we're raiding out. I had about beers, burgers, and Twitch. Weird combo. That really is a weird combo. How is the water doing? Is it... It is still going constant now. Ooh, our petroleum is backing up a little bit. Look at that. Trying to get State Farm at the moment. Oh, they must both be in ads right now. Why are there princes out here? None of these critters should be out here. Let's get all of that and all of this. I think that's it for what we need to do there. They should be auto-sweeping the slime into here, which should then in turn be adding more. Welcome back for the ads. Redneck, thank you for answering as a message for Einspod. I was explaining what really ends the game, but Redneck already did it. For me, my PC goes to about 3,000 cycles before it really starts to struggle just playing the game. We are on 3 times speed. There will be a point where 3 times speed is so slowly processed that it's like we're in regular speed. So if I go to regular speed, this is normal. I am still able to process a faster speed, but it might just be double speed. I'm looking at the pipes now, so we should see them slow down. And I'm still at 3 speed. A lot of people will end their games around the 2,000 cycle mark or where I am, so I'm kind of in the area that most people stop playing. It's not a very I don't know how to explain it. The game doesn't require much. It does require RAM, so if you only have 4 gigabytes, you might struggle. My last computer did not like playing past cycle 2000, but I only had like 4 gigabytes of RAM. This one I have 16, so that helps a lot with the moving, everything that moves around. Polluted water did just make it past the abyss light right here. Cycle 5,000 or bust. If don't seem fine on my laptop, we're going. No, I'm talking about a real computer, Einsbot. It should be processed just like Don't Starve Together, since they're made by the same company. but I don't know. Okay, with them getting into here, they should be getting closer to being able to finish all of this. I could tell them to mine out everything to allow them to do all this. Probably should. So this should be the last horizontal dig. They are gonna get stuck down here because I'm not canceling that. Actually, you know what? I am. I don't feel like saving them from being stuck. As we can already see, Regas just got himself stuck down here. It looks like Gino's also stuck, in a way. Regas might start suffocating soon. Regas just peed in his suit. Alright, we need to get Regas out of here quickly. Cancel that. Oh, we do want that, actually. So that road, we want to dig all of that. We want to cancel this one. We do want to dig this, we don't want to dig that. Let's... No, I have this backwards. We want to go every other tile. So from right here, go up 2 tiles, cancel that one, up 2 tiles, cancel this one. That should get them out. Oh, that was Rigolith. Alright, cancel these 2. Cancel these 2, and those. I now need to move everything over 1. Let's get them up here first, and then I'll figure out where we need to cancel again, which would be that tile. And this tile, don't dig that. We do want this one dug. We don't want the dirt dug either, or the Regolith is going to fall. Alright, Regas should be able to go home now. Now I can tell him to redig everything. We do have to stay over here for a moment so I can mop up the pea water that Regas is going to drop here. Did Regas just come over here, grab a new suit, and then leave? Why is there no oxygen right there? Oh, we're just using a lot, so this didn't get filled yet. We also don't have a doctor doing medicine. I think the oxygen was not included. I think so too. Do I need to set this to be on a 6 so that the doctors do it? Because we should have our 2 doctors constantly doing this. It's not a thing we need on a 7. 7's for food, water, and oxygen. The 3 things we need to survive. We don't need the rad pills to survive. The rad pills just keep us from getting sick from radiation. Okay, it looks like nobody else has gotten stuck. Once they get through more ladders, we should be fine. Let's also add these back in. I didn't hit the button. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna pause for a second here. Thank you, Heinz Mod. I went to hit the button on the mic and I didn't hit it. I hit the volume button. We have all 4 here. We do have all 4 there. Okay. Next thing I'm gonna do is prioritize this to move by 7 so that when they can, they immediately get the eggs moved. Oh, this is gonna be another one. It's unreachable, so it doesn't count as part of the amount that we have. So when they can grab that egg, they will. Just want to make sure they can get up here. They can. From here, they can go 2 tiles left. They can go 4 up. As well as this ladder can go. Okay, so these 8 tiles are all covered both directions. We just need these dirt tiles so that we can do these. Didn't know you had a button for such things. The microphone itself has an off button. Because the microphone is powered by a USB-C cord going into the computer. So the computer is powering the mic. So the mic has a power button. It also has a volume button. So on top of OBS having its own set volume button, I could max out OBS on volume and then just turn the microphone down. But the microphone being turned down also affects things like Discord. So I try to keep the microphone at a decent setting and just turn down OBS instead. Can I? Thank you. I was about to higher prioritize those 2 ladders, just so they can get the egg out of there. Now we actually show that we have 5 units of eggs. Don't see Doctor making the... Dude, we set this up wrong. Hold on a second. We didn't even turn these on. That's why these weren't being worked on. I still had them separated, so they were automated turned off. That is definitely something I would do accidentally. Okay, it looks like we got almost everything off of the wall over here, aside from a few things that were probably dropped on the way out. I'm gonna do another mass sweep of it just to make sure. Yeah, we got everything there. So let's start picking up all of this. There's a Lunatone in chat if anyone wants a moon-shaped Pokemon. And there's still water up here for some reason. We should be picking up the snow immediately. We are not picking up the snow immediately. Hold on a second. High priority. We should be moving the snow and the ice over anything else because it's going to keep melting and putting water where we don't want water. We're almost done sealing in the majority of the asteroid. We should get it to about 99% sealed in. I'm looking for any other holes. I don't see any other holes. I know we have a hole over here because this needs to be open to vacuum of space in order for the ice to not raise the temperature. But with this, and us being 2.5 hours in, I think we're ready to use the first rocket. What is this? Liquid sulfur. Huh? How'd we get sulfur? That makes sense. We don't have gunk. We're not cooling sour gas. How did we get sulfur? Was there a sulfur packet in here, I guess? Because wood doesn't turn into sulfur in some way, right? Plain wood go into ceramic. Wood can be burned to make refined carbon. I didn't know that. That's somewhat new to me. How come it doesn't say mix ethanol? Does ethanol turn into sour gas? That's not, I'm gonna look this up. So liquid makes a gas, makes a solid. No, we must have had a thing of sulfur in here that got too hot and melted. This is what we should see from now on, immediate dirt. So we might want to do a system down here that picks up dirt. Not sure. That's weird. Can you travel to other asteroids? Yes. We are using the Spaced Out DLC, which changes the game a little bit. Normally, we don't get the star map, but we do have other asteroids in here. We are going to be traveling to a total of 5 asteroids, I think. Let me open the map. We have our main asteroid called Woodado. We have our teleporting asteroid. We have a teleporter that connects to this called Persephone. We're going to go to a frozen asteroid somewhere around us, which is probably going to be northwest. We also have a water asteroid we're going to, but I also said we were going to go to the lava planet. I forget what goes on. Normally, you do not get asteroids. The space science for default deal for no DLC is different. I don't have an example to show you. We would have to start a whole new game to do that. There's an extra... There it is. I think the science for space in the default setting is just a tiered section. So you can make... I think you can make a rocket that goes out, but you don't get to see the visual like we're going to. How are they doing over there? Still have a lot of ice and snow, so they're not up to the point. They're almost done. They only have this portion here because they don't have the ladders. They only have this portion out here because they only have the ladders. The game does take up a lot of time, so I hope you're ready to put it in time. A lot of people say that as a steep learning curve, but like in Don't Starve, I think if you just focus on one thing to learn at a time, it's not that difficult. I think the first thing you should look for is probably how to keep people fed, then how to keep people with oxygen. It is an endless game. You can make things so many different ways. I tend to make my base a square, just because that's how I prefer to play. But you can make them in any shape. Willow does a great job of showcasing different ways to make things. We have water in here again. Is it because our water's coming in too hot? What's that? A colder temperature. I'm not sure why we're getting steam in here. We'll worry about that in the future. For cleaning this out, I want to add bottle emptier, which is going to drop hot liquids into the water, which should then cool them down. Let's see how much of that I can sweep up. Because what I want to do with this bottle emptier, which we also could have just placed here, is I want to take the liquid sulfur, drop it into the water, which should turn into a solid if we're lucky. We can't get this because there's no ladder to it, so we need to put a ladder right there. How are they doing on sweeping this area? There's a lot of stuff. Alright, I... still seeing if there's something else we need to do before we stop focusing on this planet. Sulfur and phosphorus right there, right above it. Liquid oxygen, when did we get that? I'm gonna guess from the colder area. So if we see somebody drop phosphorus on there, turn that into a 6. They should be getting this swept up as well. I don't know where they're taking ice from. There is ice right there. They could be taking the ice from up here. I'm pretty sure we're ready. Are there enemies? There are no enemies. There's no PvP. It's a survival game exclusively. Your main thing is just learning how to survive different things. From what I can think of, the 3 things you need to survive from is starvation, breathing, and temperature. So you can overheat or you can freeze your dupes. And then obviously, you know, you need to make sure that they can breathe. You're your worst enemy. Apart from that, meteor showers can be considered somewhat... Oh, that's true. Because the meteor showers that break things can damage your dupes. For our asteroid, an example of something that can break is the metal meteors. The slimy meteors don't do enough damage to hurt anyone or break any buildings. The ice meteor is also not strong enough to do that. But the metal meteor can do that. Alright, first thing we're going to do is we're going to select a crew. This one is going to have Dupe. And Dupe is going to fly all the way over to our second asteroid. But I'm still waiting for this to get some basic rad pills. And I think that's down to the fact that our doctors aren't doing this. They are turned on, right? They are turned on. Alright, we're gonna prioritize these up to a 6 again, like we did temporarily. Because the doctors should be prioritizing this over doing anything else. Doctoring. We should have 2 people with a triangle. That's 1. Black Clover and Abe. Wait a minute, is Abe an unnamed dupe? Do we not have all the dupes named? Is Abe and Ari the names of the dupes, or were they... Slime brings in germs, would get your dupes sick, but that doesn't really, like, hurt them. It just means that they breathe more, they walk slower, and they cough occasionally. But germs don't really do anything to you. The zombie germs, maybe. I've never had to deal with that. Is Ari and Abe their default names? If that's true... You know, I'm just gonna move it. Abe is one of the names. Ari is one of the names. We have 2 dupes that are not named, chat. There is a redeem. That's why I was looking into it, to make sure that we did have 2 dupes not named. It should be around the 1,000 points area. I'm trying to find it. When slime used to be a killer or something else. That's when I was struggling to learn how to do it. There is a 500 point redeem. It's the first 500. It's called Name Generator. Whoops, did not mean to close that. That was me closing chat in OBS. Is it a doc? It is a doc. Put chat back. For that name generator, you can name a dupe, geyser, rocket, anything that can be named is named by name generator. Einsmod, you have 2 options. Would you like to be a plumber? Or would you like to be a doctor? You'd like to be the plumber. So you're going to be Ari. Need to find Ari. Is that Ari right there? It is! That was easy. Usually you have to look into it, like, to find where the dupes are. Einsmod 32. You are now part of the colony. I could have sworn that we named all 24 dupes. So there is an unnamed dupe. We have multiple volcanoes and geysers that are not named. None of them are named, actually. I think we only have 23 dupes that are named. And we have 2 rockets, which I should be able to name, but I don't know how to do that. I think that's part of a mod. Yeah, I'm pretty sure naming a rocket is a mod. Let's also ground this one to make sure they don't use it. Alright. I want some rad pills. This is our 2 doctors right there. Or one of them, at least. They could be doing the ice because we set that up to being a 7. Let's turn that down to a 6. We do have cloud cover in here making basic rad pills, but they also just ate one. And then decided that's all they were going to make. Don't want to have a geyser. No, you don't have to name it you. You can name it anything. There's a lot of people that nickname the natural gas geyser a fart geyser. Because the duplicants that are called a frequent flatulent, they fart and that creates natural gas. So they, in turn, they name the geyser a fart or something sort to it. Like when I point El Farto, yeah, exactly. Alright, our first thing, we probably don't need rad pills. We're gonna do our first rocket launch, and this is just going to go... Ooh, send round trip. We're just going to go here. That should... No, we'll go further. If I go here, will I be able to unlock that? I'm not sure. We're gonna do a 1 cycle thing here. I should probably do a 1-way trip. Begin launch sequence. That should call dupe over here. We're probably going to melt this plastic before I can pick it up. And this is going to unlock the rest of the colony here, once they reach the top. There we go, everything is no longer locked there. This plastic is actually staying cold. I don't want that to melt. It would give us liquid naphtha. We don't need that. There's a trap dupe. There's 2 trap dupes. Don't know how they got over there. Probably from down here. Someone probably dug their way out. What was next? I was gonna look at shovel eggs to make sure we have all 7 in there. Looks like we do. Is there a liquid right there? It looked like there was a purple liquid, like, phosphorus. Okay, we shouldn't have any mixed liquids over there. We should have... Liquid sulfur has not been picked up yet. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. All this dupe has to do is go here and then use the telescope. That should give us a little bit more data banks, so we don't have to use this. And we only need 24. Yep, only 24 left. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna set up the colony to dig out all of this. Or at least another run of it. So we'll go to this ladder. We're going to go into our beer vaccine. I'm going to set up the game to be on that scene so you guys can watch them do stuff as I am in the restroom. So those on YouTube will not be able to see this. So let's go into beer vaccine, set this up. Okay. Looks like nobody got stuck, which is good. How is our dupe in space? Our dupe is looking through stuff. How do we get the data banks, though? I should have told him to take his suit off while he was in here. Oh well. So did it just immediately get the databank? Or does the rocket itself hold the databank? Like, I'm not seeing it on the ground anywhere. We might have to make databanks. You know what, can I tell you just unclip that now? There you go. We'll have to make sure to tell them to put on a suit when they land. They almost finished all of this. I think I'm actually going to tell them to prioritize doing all that first. Now, why isn't our second doctor up here? We also said that we're going to move this around, right? This needs to be moved 2 spaces over. Excellent fruit. And now that we're close to the 3-hour mark, let's do our next prediction. Is our second blue pod going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? You guys have 10 minutes to decide, and by the 3-hour mark, I will open the pod. Alright, they're putting in all the wallpapers up here now. That's awesome. Get ready for another rigged one. If they can do just these two tiles along with that one, we can dig this out. Because they can do... Actually, wait, they can do all that from the ladder. We're putting in the remaining stuff now. Let's do auto-save. Yeah, there we go. Ah, they can't reach all this. We're gonna have to cancel the bottom layer. Gambling is disabled in the region. Sorry to hear that. Right, who is trapped and why? Gino! You gotta stop digging things that you can't get through. Go ahead and dig out all that. You'll be saved afterwards. Gino only needs to mine these two, I think, in order to be able to get out. Or that one as well. They are out of oxygen in their suit, but luckily they're in a space that has oxygen in it. This is now done. So get rid of all of that, add the 3 remaining ladders that we need. And then we should be done. Is that oil? How did oil get out of here? What? Where did oil come from? The oil's gone. You guys saw that there was an oil block there, right? Something weird happened down here. I don't know what's going on. This is also still trying to get rid of all this. There is a lot of stuff there. And it doesn't help that the volcano is off-gassing again. Is this more sulfur? No, that's polluted water. So some of this area is a little cold. But since we superheated the carbon dioxide, it should stay warm. Or we got it to the threshold where the little bit of heat that it's producing should be able to heat it up more. This should still be producing stuff occasionally. If they can do these top pieces there, we can dig this out as well. And this right here should be the tile that top of the asteroid is. On the right side. Right above the ladder. Yep, the right side of the asteroid is 2 blocks taller than the left side. Rather than them being the same height. Are they on the star map? Why is that highlighted? That's weird. We can get databanks just by discovering this area, or going to this area, I mean. It's probably worth doing. Trying to wait to see if they can do 2 blocks away from the asteroid while being on the left side. Because I know they go 3 tiles out. But I think that's from the center, not from the left side. So they would stop here. Why are they taking so long to do this one? I think that was it. Yeah, they don't do the other side. If I just tell you to go to here, that'd be 3 out of 4. That's 2. So we have 6 total left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna go here. You know what? Should we just go home? See if we have enough research with that. We're gonna go back home instead. And I'm gonna tell them to put on their suit. Even though it means they don't have any way of breathing. It should only take them like a cycle or two. Half a cycle. Okay, finish that. We can now put in the remaining tiles, and then that is technically all closed off. There's some weird liquid shenanigans happening over here. It's now somehow went from 1 tile deep to being 3 tiles high in some places, meaning that the water is cut off in different spots. There's oil right here. Don't know how oil got right there. Oh, is it the Slickster? Oh. There are certain points where the Slickster is able to actually breathe enough to create crude oil. I'm okay with that. At some point, the Slickster is going to make a lot of oil, and it'll be on this platform. These fish are slowly being forced over to this area. They will eventually all die. Did a rocket come back? It did. Are we doing any more science? We are not. So I don't know how to science from discovering spots works. I think we do actually have to send up the rocket with stuff in it, with plastic. So I'm going to re-place this down. I don't know why it says... Oh, that's just duplicate area. Okay. Welcome in, Raiders! Yelp! For those who don't know me, my name is Codaman9000. On our channel, we stream on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays a Twitch plays-along series called Stone the Space, where we play all of my games in a specific order to showcase mankind's progression through technology. I separated them into 4 chapters. The first one was medieval city builder games like Manor Lords and Settlement Survival. The second chapter was modern city builder games like City Skylines 2 and things like Prison Architect. This chapter is all about space travel, where we did Kerbal Space Program, Infraspace, and now we're in our main game of Oxygen Included, where we just finished the research somehow. Okay, so we did get enough from the other thing, and we in fact do not need this here after I just placed it in. I'm gonna leave it there. We also did a side story in this chapter where we were playing Vintage Story for about 4 months. And we are just coming back from it, where we're getting into doing rockets. So we built 2 rockets. One is going to be for bringing people over to our second colony. We're going to be taming this so we can get a lunar volcano that's somewhere over here in the black area. Also, Yappin' Raiders, feel free to lurk. Yep, I'm sure you've been streaming for quite a while. How was your stream? What were you playing? This one beehive looks so sad being blocked off by natural tile. Are we ready to come over here? We should probably update our rockets before we go over there. A 100 dupe challenge, that's awesome. I do not think I'm capable of even attempting that challenge. Although I have almost 4,000 hours placed into this game, I don't think I'm capable of managing that many people, even on slow speed and pausing every 2 seconds. That's too much stress for me. Am I able to change out an engine without destroying everything? Does not look like it. It looks like I have to get rid of the entire rocket. Oh, what did that say? Space above rocket blocked. Let's attempt deconstructing a few pieces to see if I can place in the large one, then it increases the height and we can add them back. So I'm gonna get rid of all of these. I don't think it's gonna let me do it. I think I have to delete everything and then place in the large engine and place it all back in. But this is something I've never tested before. Well, I can put the sugar engine now. So I think our idea is working. We just need a certain amount of height for that. So what if I get rid of the battery as well? I could set this up also, because we're going to put a large one instead of the small one. I'm pretty sure we have to delete everything in order to place in the next engine. Yeah, we definitely do. Alright, luckily we have everything in here saved. Wait, no, we use blueprint. That's our rocket stuff right there, our rocket interior. So I can get rid of this. And then that should allow me to switch this out. I think that's cool that it widens out the top part of the engine to fit the size of this. I've never noticed that before. I want to give it a try, but not sure my laptop would handle it. Maybe start with 50. You probably want to start with 50 dupes. Change module. Wait, what? Alright, we deconstruct the whole thing. That's a bit odd. I guess I should have emptied out the inside of the rocket before sending it off like that. The ladder? Oh my god. Redneck, you're probably correct. You know what? We're just gonna redo that entire cycle. And this is how long it takes for my computer to load the games. This may have been a bad idea. Just for the amount of time it takes to load. It's annoying when you delete everything and then realize 100%. Alright, start the game for a few seconds and pause it again. There we go. That should have loaded everything and have my processing working. So I should have it, yep. This little itty bitty ladder was probably the thing that stopped it. That does explain why the sugar engine worked, because the sugar engine is only 3 tiles wide. Yep, there it is. Thank you, Redneck. That's gonna be there. We're gonna need fuel. The height of this rocket's gonna be shrunken down from that amount of solar panels. I just need the engine to be placed in first so we can get the new height. And that saves losing everything that's inside the space for module. Actually, do I have a picture of what rockets I usually make? If I look at base top... So it's going to be 2 things of fuel, 2 things of oxidizer, the living range, and then battery, and 2 solar panels. So delete 2 on both. I'll get rid of this ladder. I'm also going to change this to be petroleum, but it's saying I can't. What would be blocking this one? I don't think that ladder would do anything. I guess it did. Oh. Okay. This needs to be deconstructed. We now have our new height. And something's going to have to be moved, like this is going to be deconstructed, this is going to be deconstructed. Okay, that's going to empty. Which actually works out for us, because I can just go like this and have that get emptied as well. Deconstruct that bit. I think instead, wait, we can just pull this out. I was overthinking the petroleum there. Right, above this, we want, not change, we want add. That's oxidizer, we want large liquid. Did I pass it? Large liquid, right here. We want 2. Same over here, we want 2 here. There is a Digwit in chat. No, that's a Dodrio. Hold on a second. We've had this a few times, but I don't think I've ever caught it. I did catch it last time we saw it. Okay. They should be emptying all those pipes so I can deconstruct all of them. And I didn't stop the game before we got into the autosave. We can deconstruct all of that, all of this, and all of this. That then shows us where our petroleum is going to be, so it goes in here. There. That gets snipped, this goes straight up. Game's paused, I can unpause it. Nope, I had it on pause. Bridge, bridge. Water keeps going up. Do I want to put poles out here? I do want to put poles. I do have a pole. I don't know how tall it has to be, but I'm going to keep going. Same with the ladder. Can I see the height of where I put everything? I can. So just to make sure I can build everything, I'm going to copy where I have the ladders in the previous save. Okay, that's bottom of fuel, middle of fuel, top of fuel. That should allow them to build everything. We're then going to cancel that. We're going to change this to being the large. Right? Yeah, 2 large modules. That's the entire rocket built. This can be changed. Add a new one. And then that will allow me to see what the height of everything else needs to be. So ladders, we stopped here. We want one at the top of the first oxidizer, then the space-farer modules, and even though we already have them built because we had the rockets before, I'm going to place the ladders that I normally would have needed up here. But I'm not going to put the poles up there because nobody's going up there. It should allow everything to start flowing. They should be able to delete these. They just haven't gotten around to it, as far as I can tell. First rocket is getting loaded up. This, do we do fertilizer? We are making fertilizer. We should just keep using it, right? Or do we want to use the oxalate? How much oxalate do we have? Oxalate, we have 13.3 tons. I don't remember conversion for this. Tons is 1,000 kilograms, right? What is the ratio between liquid and... It's not a 1-to-1 ratio, right? Can't check because the game froze. There we go. How do I know? How do I look this up? I don't remember how to look this up. I'm pretty sure I had 2 oxidizers because I needed to for the amount of fuel, but now that I'm looking at this, they hold the same amount of stuff, so I don't know. Is it... Is oxidizer a 1-to-1 ratio with the amount of fuel you have? I don't know how to look this up. I don't remember where I used to find that answer. I think fertilizer is better, I mean, oxalate is better than the fertilizer, so it could be like a 2-to-1 with fertilizer or something. Welcome in, Delakoth. Is how I find it out? No. What if I type in oxidizer? Liquid oxidizer tank. Stores the liquid oxygen. That would be for the hydrogen engine, I would assume. And this is, we just looked at this, so. Does anyone know what the ratio between oxidizer and fuel is for rockets? Because I feel like this used to be 450 kilograms, and now it's 900, which is the same amount as the liquid. And I don't think there is... That's not what I meant to click on. I don't think there's another liquid container, right? Redneck says yes, so it's a 1-to-1 ratio between oxidizer and fuel. Lux with a petrogen engine. It does work, but only when you're moving. So if I'm in space and I'm just stationary doing science stuff, it won't create any power. Fertilizer is a 1-to-1. Oxalate is a 1-to-2. Oh, you said Lux. I thought you said Lux as in light. Fertilizer, 1 fertilizer for 1 fuel. Oxalate is 1 oxalate for 2 fuel, so we would just need 1 tank of running oxalate. And we would need 450 if we used LOX. What is LOX? I know that's for one of the DLCs. Yeah. So I can't even look up what that is. Recheck just to be safe. Thank you. I think for right now we'll do fertilizer, because I don't know... Wait, no, we do have a lot of oxalate. So we can take one of these tanks off and just use oxalate. 13.4 tons. This takes 900, which is 0.9 tons. The ratios are correct. Thank you, Red Knight, for checking. Am I right in the conversion? That one... These won't even take 2 tons combined. So we have 6 times the amount of oxalate we need for both rockets. I am just going to deconstruct these and set this up to be oxalate. They did not do the other stuff here, so I think I need to put in another ladder. But I can't. So do I need to place it down here so they can walk across or something? That might be what's going on. It's easier to manage liquid oxygen. I just don't have supercoolant yet. That's the main bottleneck. Since we have more space, we will add back our 2 solar panels. And I thought adding the ladder down here would allow them to walk across this layer, but it doesn't seem like it's doing that. Or is it because they can't reach there? Hold on a second. I think the easiest thing to do would be to just move the rocket. Because then I can add ladders and then have the rocket land with the ladders in the way. Don't need supercoolant, thermal regulars, and hydrogen. I don't know what you mean. I have never used liquid oxygen, so I don't know how to do it. We'll do it in the future, but not anytime soon. And these should probably be on a 7 so that they get done. It does say unreachable. Why can't I? Because even if I put a ladder here, they're not going to be able to get that middle piece. I am going to do something that I probably don't need to do. We're going to deconstruct stuff to replace it. Just so that the, I know they can walk across the space for a module. So if this plan works, we'll do the same thing on this side. So right now they should be able to reach these, which it does say that they can. What I mean is, instead of using an aqua tuner with supercoolant, it's the same process but with the thermal regulator, the aqua tuner but with gas. Oh, right, I forgot what that was called. Use the hydrogen as a coolant. We'll want to chain at least 2 or 3 though. That makes sense. Are they going to be able to get... Hold on, cancel deconstruct. They should be able to reach these. Okay, so if I add module, we'll add the liquid tanks back in. And then we have to do the same thing over here, which would be deconstructing this. That's still on a 7. They should still be moving stuff up here. We got a little bit of oxalate in there. Once they add these back in, we should be getting the petroleum moving in there. And this should drop petroleum as a bottle. It does. Now we should be able to reach all these, to deconstruct them all. So we're getting there, chat. How are they doing on getting everything done over here? They're doing pretty good. Slickster's still making some oil over here. Who got trapped? Willow got trapped. No, that's Sophie. Let's high prioritize that. Looks like they deconstructed last few things, so we'll fill that in. And then we need a fuel tank, oxidizer. There you go. Sophie should be fine now until they get stuck over here. Blueprint, I don't want any of that. We are also going to do our last prediction of today. Oh, we didn't do the outcome for the last one. Hold on a second, chat. So this is our second prediction, and then we're going to start our next one immediately after. So we have 10 points in buildings and 30 points in wallpaper. Let's see what we get. Oh, we get gloves. Nobody wins. That's considered tops. But that's okay, because there is now a new prediction being started. Is this next blueprint going to be tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? I guess I have 10 minutes to decide starting now. Surprised there's no Sixers over here either. Did they start taking the sulfur out of here yet? They did take the sulfur out. Good. Redneck always says rigged. They didn't finish this. They are still building it in now. And then this gets oxalate 7. Alright, so now both of our rockets should be able to go one way to like the farthest reach of the thing. The space universe? Do we want to call this a universe? So it can go 10 tiles. Or is it 20? I forget. Destination is further away. Because we don't have enough oxalite in it. But it should be 20 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11 in a diagonal. It should be the same in every corner. Because our main planet is in the middle of the area. So going all the way over to the corner where our list is should also be 11 tiles. Right, am I right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that's also 11. 6. Yep, that's also 11. It should be 11 on every spot from here. One-way trip with a large petroleum engine. That's all we need. Well, now it says we can go to 19 tiles. Look at that. So we got enough oxalite in the first rocket to do that. Once it is full, we should be able to do 20. We just need another 4 kilograms of oxalite in there. How are they on sweeping? They're getting there. Once we get this area down here pumped out of liquids, we're going to move all the slicksters still on this side. And then we get to turn on this. This water came because of a little bit of ice being melted. Oh, that's right. Did we pick up all these? No, because of this. Let's just turn this back onto a 7 so they do that first. And then I also want to prioritize them building this, the last 3 tiles of space exposure. Alright, with that, and the fact that this now has all the oxalite that it needs, we are ready to send our first rocket to the other platform. So I'm going to select the destination, we're going to click here, and now that is queued up and ready. Let me just make sure the crew is correct. So we have our 1 pilot, we should have 2 builders, 2 diggers. Begin launch sequence. That should tell all of them to now run up here. Should probably also check the interior. We don't have any rad pills, but that's fine. As soon as all 5 people get in there, this should blast off and go over to the other asteroid. What are we waiting for? Looks like we're waiting for a pilot. Did I accidentally kick off the pilot? No, we're still waiting for Papa Rasputin. Made a mess. That's people inside the rocket, because for some reason... Oh, because this is grounded. Where is Papa Rasputin? Why is he not... Where are you at? Where's the... No, that's not the move. That's not what I wanted. What are you doing in here? So no suits? No, there's a suit. Is there a door over here he's not allowed to go? No? Ah! We weren't letting him leave. He's been stuck inside the colony for so long. Okay, here's our pilot going now. And our first lift off, so if we look at this, we shouldn't see any gases going in there. The temperature also doesn't go in there. Did I just see a balloon get placed? We want to go to this one. Alright, in here, I want to make sure that everyone unequips their suits so they can breathe a little bit better. There should be one more person with a suit on who is sleeping. Okay. And get rid of all that. Now, it shouldn't take them too long to get over there. If anything, it's after the next autosave. At 0.4 cycles. Oh, it even has a little loading bar underneath the name of the rocket. I never knew to notice that they had a little loading bar there. Is that the loading bar for the entire thing, or just for that one tile? I'm gonna guess it's just for that one tile, but at the same time... Wait, why did that go from 0.3 cycles to 0.6? Oh, because the person who piloted it probably changed. And our first place is probably getting hammered by asteroids, unless this is going all the way over here. Have fun lurking, redneck. See you when you come back. Alright, and with the last minute, we're gonna wait here so I can see the rocket coming down, then I'm gonna pause the game immediately and put everyone in suits. Actually, I should probably do that now. So we have Sophie, Willow, Papa Rasputin, Gino, and then Dupe, that is a builder. This one. Okay, because they should be coming down. Unless they just... Yep, there it is. Oh, we didn't put ladders in for them to get out. Alright, I can't build anything because we need somebody to come over here. Okay. We're just gonna send someone via teleporter. It's gonna be Regus. Regus, you've been assigned. You have been selected for the great saving of everyone in the rocket. Are we winning? I think we're winning. You know, we could just keep Regus stuck in here. Alright, with Regus here, I can grab a ladder and build all the way up to there. Poor Regus. Don't say poor Regus. Regus knows what he did. What is broken over here? I mean, this kind of makes sense. How did the rocket platform... Oh, because of asteroids hitting it, probably. I don't know if they necessarily need this one ladder, but it's good to have them in just in case. Did that redeem work? It did. It's just the kitten is sleeping. So I'm gonna wait until later on, and if the kitten doesn't wake up before we raid out, I will save it for next time. That little black spot above my head is the kitten. You know, he might wake up if I shake the bag. Let's see if he'll even wake up for it. Oh boy. You want it? Come here. He's actually waking up for it. Where should I give him treats that you guys can see? Probably on the bed. Come here. Oh, there we go. Yep. He must have been knocked out. There we go. Now, when we come back on Wednesday, we're probably not going to be seeing the cats a lot. Because Tuesday is 2 weeks since they had their neutering surgeries, so both Mama and Paintbrush can now remingle on Tuesday. Okay, now everyone is here. We're gonna send Regis back. Oh, what is attuned? Oh. The fertilizer got turned into a dirt block. Okay, so now we get to start building this area. So I do have an image of how I previously did it. I think we might do the exact same colony. Just because it's not too hard to do. There's a Tangle in chat. That's another Gen 1 Pokemon. Looks like I have it. Alright, so what I did previously was a bunch of insulated tiles, so we'll start with them. We'll make everything out of sandstone. Nothing really needs to be temperature regulated in sense of heat. Like obsidian. Turn that all into a different insulated tile, but for some reason these tiles need to be deleted before they can turn into something else. We're gonna also have to bring Drekos over here and at least one Pip. Let's also find out where the ladder has to go. So right here is that. I have a door next to it. Space, ladders. Right above the teleporter is insulated tiles. Right there. Yeah, patch! Okay, that should mean that they can get up here now. If I just deconstruct all of this. Hi, little boy. What you doing? You gonna lay down in my lap? I can see that the gears are turning in his head. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do. What I'm attempting to do right now is place in our exit area. This is also going to be 4 tiles high. Let's put in the battery room. So 1 battery, 2 battery, manual generator. And for right now, we're gonna do... No, we're not gonna do this. Cancel that. I'm gonna put a rock crusher down here. And we're gonna crush copper into refined copper. Ah, we can't get down there now. Alright, temporary bathroom being moved up there. Oh, that gets deleted and changed for a different tile. Dude, do not get stuck down there. Okay, this area is ready for... No, we're not ready, because we need to make a way to get out of here. Because I'm going to end up blocking this off, and I won't be able to get to the ladder anymore. That's what we need the other stuff for. I could go ahead and start doing the bathrooms, though. Which would be 4 blocks below this. Which means that this is the next layer. I might as well put in the natural tiles while we're here. Because I don't want to use sand, that's actually going to fall. 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Well, this is going to be a little bit different to get rid of. Now I hear asteroids, or meteors. And these are ones that do hurt. So we might occasionally have to send steel over here. In here. Do that, then this needs to come down. Should be right here. We can get our doors. Alright, if I do this correctly, this should be a double door. Sink, shower, door again. Toilet, shower, sink. Airflow. Airflow here. Don't need that. Well, still need hatch. Wait, am I ranching hatches over here? No, I'm only ranching Drecos. So that we can fix our suits, because there's going to be 3 suits. I should probably... Why are they not taking this? Oh, because of that, maybe? I don't know. We do need to make 3 more suits. But first, we can kill a few fish. Did I start the next prediction? I did start it. And it looks like it's finished, right? It is. We'll look at the 3rd prediction at the end of the stream. So this, I need to make... Am I doing 3? I am doing 3. And then we'll send them over in a little bit. That's not what I meant to click on. Alright, I want to deconstruct background buildings. Every single one of these. I had a pedestal right here. Oh, that's right, these aren't going to be usable until I put a floor. So I'll put the floor back. The next thing I have up here is a triage cot, just in case. Let's lock these open for a moment. That should help them build stuff quicker, because they don't have to wait for it to open and close. And with them being in suits, it should mean that they breathe less often. Because I think when they're able to breathe at any point, I think they breathe more than when they're suffocating and they're just filling up their bar. Could be wrong about that. Who knows? I do need to get rid of all that debris. Sounds like they're doing the killing of the fish now on the other planet. And then this. Whenever I can place things again. Goes down like this. This is the wall. So that gets added there. We're gonna end up digging out all of this. Lock that door. Lock that open. If I cancel all that, it should all drain out once this piece of dirt's taken out. You are now stuck down there, Sophie. How do I save you? Oh! Sophie died! Nope. 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 Nobody died. You don't see anything, chat. Nobody died. It's a freak accident. It was a dream. This is what really happens as soon as, you know, the game loads. That's not how you save her? Well, she doesn't need to be saved. This is all just a bad dream. Okay, so that brought us before we even started doing down there. How did she even get down there to do that? We're gonna go this way now and make sure that someone who does fall down there can get out. So we have to build this back in. Make sure we sweep up everything in there. This looks like there's nothing in it, so we're gonna lock these two before we deconstruct it. Can lock that one now. Can lock this one now. And then we should be able to deconstruct all of these, and they will turn into natural tiles made out of copper. There we go. And now I should be able to be safe to put in that airflow tile. I don't know if airflow tiles will count when making something into a natural tile, so I try not to put them down. And then I think... yeah, park sign is definitely a building. Alright, easy way to do this would be to go like that, and then like this. Let's cancel that just in case. I was trying to get all the water to fall down. And then if I do this safely, we should be able to not drain any of that water into this area. I think I can get rid of these, because we do have the bathroom in the ship. This was really just for the Atmos suit docks. What was I making these out of? Yeah, okay. And then I always forget what this is, but the thing that empties bottles for air. Is it in ventilation? It is. The can is still emptier. That goes there, then we have a liquid lock right next to it. And that's what I was waiting for the most, because this is our door. Why are they out of suits? Is that just a visual glitch? They took them all off because of this. I can get somebody to disable that. However, Smoothen's still wearing one. Duke needs one. Gino. Sophie, and the next one is Willow. That should be the last piece that I need. Over here. What am I putting in between this? Oh, I never deleted the light the last time I was over here. Okay, now that that is there, we can put this for water. That creates the liquid lock for us to get out of our colony base. And from here on, this is going to be the new way in. Deconstruct all of that. I am going to build... oh, this is the roof. Oh, not that far. We want to stop there. Sounds like they're still killing the fish. Okay, over here, I want to know how much copper we have. We're probably fine with what amount of copper we have now. I don't think we need refined metal for anything for a little bit. We are going to have 2 incubators, but that's not something we need right now. Should be able to plan out the rest of the base, which goes to there. Cancel that. I don't think we need to go up here for anything. I mean, there's muckroot and there's bristle blossom, so we are going to leave that open for a moment. But from here, we just go straight down. Do I need to come in here for anything? Bristle blossom seeds, maybe? But no. Yeah, it's going to be a roll for a little while. Alright, right here is going to be a airflow tile. My earbuds are starting to do the thing where they're telling me they're gonna die soon. Once they have this area set up, I can close this off. We just haven't reached that yet. If I add in ladders... right there, can they reach everything? I think they can. This is going to be 3 dupes. And a water cooler. That's our mess hall. 1 earbud just died. It's always the left one that dies first. I don't know if that's normal. We are going to have a poll. Sophie, getting yourself stuck. This next one is going to be the kitchen. Which is also going to have a fridge. But this is another 4-block tall room. Airflow, 1, 2, 3. And like that, this goes here. We have somebody trapped outside because Dupe is stupid and built the wall while being outside the wall. Dupe, do not build that wall while outside. Thank you. Okay, we need food, basic grill. refrigerator. Lock that. I think this is all the power that we're gonna need. As for supplying stuff to that, I'm not too sure. I mean, it obviously also includes the computer. We're also gonna have a light right here. This is our next floor. Which I have being 2 blocks deep. Dupe! You did it again! You're not the smartest, Dupe. Okay, we should be able to deconstruct all that if I add a ladder right there. And give them a way to get down there. We're getting close to having this all done, chat. Let's put this there. They're gonna need a step up to replace that. And I'm going to place in a ladder that goes right here so they can get up here to do all of that. And do all this. There's another hatch. Is there a reason why they haven't dug this out yet? Grab the sand. Alright, we are at the 4-hour mark, so let's do our last prediction of today. We have only 10 points in buildings. So I hope you win. Oh, it's tops. It's a shirt. So unfortunately, the person who put 10 points in, I'm stealing your points. Alright, let's go back to building this in. And there goes the other headphone. You guys might occasionally hear oxygen included as an echo. I'm not putting the headphones on. With that, we have that there, then this here with that bed down here. this comes over here to there. Then I put airflow tiles here. Or aero pots, not airflow tiles. That doesn't seem like the right spot. It's not the right spot. Something has been miscounted. Oh, I see where I miscounted. These natural tiles should have been one tile over. That won't mess up anything, it just means that this bedroom's a tiny bit smaller than it was previously. Right here is going to be massage clinic. This can be deconstructed and moved somewhere else. Let's get put there, let's get put here. I have a feeling somebody's gonna get stuck out here. I probably still won't be able to build up because that tile's in the way. Food, hydroponic, greenware. Struck them. We're getting close, chat. Think you guys can make out what the whole thing's gonna look like now? And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need refined metal for the power line. I just don't know how much of this is built on the same power line and how much isn't. Alright, so down here I have a pretty large area that does not have anything built into it. There are 4 ladders here, but I'm going to add a 5th one. I'm going to deconstruct that. This, and then we have a floor right here. I need to not have this all on... or have it deconstructing everything, I just want that stuff taken out. Ceiling is going to be where the ladder is. That ladder so we can do those. Pole comes all the way down to there, so does this ladder. Come on. That's actually how I want to disconnect it in, not through the door. everything to the hole is insulated tiles. Because we're getting to the edge, and also... Why do I have all of that? I have infinite storage here for... Oh, I must have had a flatulent dude. We might build that again, I'm not too sure. They're not doing too bad for just being 5 dupes. I'm actually pretty impressed. Why are you acting like you're stuck? Because you were building something and someone moved you. Still haven't done all this yet. Probably gonna have to cancel all of that just so they can reach everything. You can do it, Sophie. There we go. They don't need this anymore because they can reach from there. And they can't get themselves stuck anymore, so we can close that off. The next floor right here is another 4-block tall room. And this is going to get a tiny bit complicated, with what is in it. And the floor down here is also going to be offset by 1. So this is the floor here. This next one's going to go down to here. And actually I wanted this over and over. Three tiles there, so this goes up to there. That should be a full pitcher pump height. That's bottom empty, that's not what I have to click on. Should be. I won't know until it gets built. Is the liquid thing 4 blocks wide? It is, wow. Never noticed that. There was only 3. Oh, don't mean to deconstruct these two. So you skip a tile there, and go down further. Hole on the other hand can just continue down. Is that regular ice? It is ice. Okay, so we're warming that up by walking our way over there. This does look like a full pitcher pump. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the total height there. Oh, it was a full room. Okay, I see. That's what I usually do. How are they they're not doing too good. That's on a 7, they're not that done. right here is another 2 tiles, then another 2 tiles. I want to cancel these 2 so they can get in here and build. Water in there. I want item storage. Right there with the ice. Because this whole area is going to be packed up just because we're putting a ranch next to it. So it may not make sense on what I'm about to do, but it will soon. This goes all the way down to this level. Not past there. These are all going to get Bursal Blossoms. They're all going to be set on a 7. This is going to be Bristle Berries. Barbecue on a 7. Anyone can do that. You get not all liquefiable, but ice crushed. Pop that up. Pop all this up. And all that. Some of this is turning into ice because of how cold it is down here due to this area. They're moving the ice, which is perfect. Especially the ice down here. If you guys could start mopping up the water that's down here, it would stop making ice. You're getting set on fire so they can mop. There we go. We're not going to be able to turn this on until we have a spawn up and running, and that's not going to happen for a little while. So for down here, we have all the background tiles. We have all the buildings. I still want that the way it is going to be. Don't want this. Okay, it's not going to. Thank you, Sophie, for finally sweeping up everything there. I actually made a mistake. Whoa. The game almost crashed there. I clicked on it when it was still doing the autosave. So there is going to be shearing station right here, which means that this goes down a tile. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's the end. Door space. Is it food? Why is incubator and food? That seems weird. Grooming station, however, goes right here. This still needs to be built up, so let's go like that. Alright. This is the official bottom of the base. We almost have this side all set up and ready. There is gonna need some power there and all the way over here. We're gonna need 6 total food things there. Are gonna be the ladders over here. Just like that. For the drop off. That should be it. We just need them to do the building over. As long as they don't build themselves into this little crevice right here, we should be fine and not have to cancel and rebuild stuff. I do need 2 more airflow tiles. They're gonna go right here. This goes right there. That's our 6 total farm plots. Can I have this done soon before they build that? Because they're able to come up here and dig, we're just going to release all that water where I don't want it to be. Yep, we didn't get them. Alright, some of that water is going to come down here and probably freeze. Oh well, I tried to save it all before I could get it from here. How much food is left? Oh, we went through all of our food. We're probably gonna need to send them back. so that I can get more food. There's still a hatch right there in that doorway. It should be good for one cycle to head back. I don't think they'll... anyone will die. So let's get them all loaded up again. That's 4 people. Is the 5th one already in there? Nope, we're waiting for one more person. Or are we? Alright, we really need this to get... Wait, what's entombed? You're entombed. Okay. How did you get entombed? Oh, it's right here. The American's gonna come back, they're gonna switch their suit out for something new eventually. We'll wait maybe a cycle or 2. Just to make sure that we get those suits refilled. It looks like we still have a little bit of ice that's around here. There's liquids over here. Why is this melting? Are they not able to pick this up? Refined phosphorus. We have to add that to the list of things I can pick up. Not a refined metal, so it's probably manufactured? No? Industrial ingredient? No? Refined phosphorus right there. Blueprint, we'll take the glass. Now they should be able to pick up all that and get it moved. How far away are they? Oh, they're landing now. Okay, so even if they are hungry, they should be going around and grabbing more stuff. I don't know how Sophie was just breathing from right here. It looks like some of the suits were broken. With how close we are to having the colony ready on the other asteroid, I think we'll wait to raid out until we're done. We are past our time already by about half an hour. So I'll let them finish this up before we head back over. Why is that so good? Huh. How are the liquids down here? Not too bad. We do have oil throughout the place because of the slickster that I don't even see anymore. I think the slickster died. Mop up all that oil, get the liquids moving a little bit more. And the fish should be slowly migrating over to here. I've never put in plastic. I know nobody's working over here, but I think I can still build more. No, I can't. There has to be at least one person over here for me to continue building. Okay, it looks like somebody did the worn out suits. There are 4 suits here. That means there's 2 suits in the machine that still need to be fixed because we should have 1 spare and then 3 for the other colony. So I'm actually going to relocate these into here. So that they are ready to go, and we are ready to go. We just need to move, that's not the right rocket. Dang it. I'll let it go in there anyway. Did we pick up everything that I could see? That's not this is. There's lead there for some reason. I guess they dropped it from somewhere else. So let's just sweep up everything over here. And also all of that area. Waiting for phosphorite, waiting for dirt. Now that all of our builders and diggers are over here, we're getting these done very quickly. Oh, there's a hole right there. And eggs. I don't see any eggs in here. How did you get out there? You need to be relocated to here. Okay, there's no delectables. There is 1 egg there. And the next egg is apparently right underneath that shovel. It was underneath it. Look at that. But I apparently can't get rid of that because one tile too high. How cold is cobalt? The cobalt is still 500 degrees, which is not enough to keep the carbon dioxide hot enough. I think we're deleting too much of it. What is that? That's sulfur. The sulfur came up here and got too hot. Alright, let's add a detour to the sulfur so it doesn't go in there. This was once previously made in the other colony. And then for this one, I'm gonna have to add an AND gate. Put it there. This is gonna have to be a temperature. Temperature gauge somewhere. I guess we'll do it all the way at the bottom because we need this to stay warm. So that's gonna stay forever closed. So if this is below 125, sends a green signal. We want it to be above. So right now it should be red. And then no matter what this says up here, that's going to stay red. To deconstruct all this. Luckily, it took the outside loop without messing up anything. I don't know how the game decided to do that. I guess because that's the newest way to get up there. Okay, so now there's a timer sensor that opens and closes the doors. Only if the pressure up here is above a certain threshold. The third one only gets kicked on when those two things on top of the heat get set here. We could just set them all to be temperature regulated. So I could put two different AND gates here so that all three of them go together. But I think I'll hold off on that. It would be pretty easy. We just rotate this on its side and put it right here with the output going up in there. But I don't want this area to get filled up so much that the carbon dioxide doesn't off-gas or get sent out of the pipes. Right, they're almost done. They only have 6 more ladders to do. They also have some stuff up here. We'll get that later. Get that. This is structure parts. We should be ready to go back over. Aside from having these atmosuits in the wrong rocket. And then let's grab 2 Drekkas that are fairly old, or fairly young. How young are you? You are 7 out of 150. You're definitely going to be relocated to Curious Sputnik. And I want another one. You are 21 out of 150. You'll probably create an egg. The whole reason why we're choosing young ones is so that they have a higher chance of producing an egg before they die. Because I don't remember exactly what age they make an egg. And they're going to be ranched anyway once we get over there, so we'll be fine. Are they making their way over here? A Yelp, our recent raider, is coming with the Draco. He's a little. Why is he so quiet? Oh, he's sleeping at my feet. Okay, we have Dracos, we have the Atmos suits. We have an autosave. I think we're ready to go back. Why does it say we have 23 out of 24 groups here? Because Gino's sleeping in the rocket. Okay. Destination here. Begin launch. We should still have one Atmos suit over here. It's invisible, but we do still have a spare. And with that, all 5 dupes are in the rocket. It's got entombed because there's too much stuff over here. And then this colony should just be a bunch of sweeping and general maintenance stuff. We don't really need diggers or builders for that. We definitely don't need pilots for it. And this is definitely not going to be done filtering through everything by Friday. There's 2 eggs in there. How long until you get there? If the person who's currently piloting it stays there, we'll get there in 0.3 cycles. Should be getting here soon. That's not what I have to do. I'm going to click on this. And right about now. Oh, it was off by a few seconds. Right, everyone is back. We're gonna leave the Dracos in the rocket for a little bit longer. We still have to make their area. Apparently, I need to do with a specific skill to place this in, really? Who do you need to place it in? I don't know. Okay. Kill that hatch. No hatches on this colony. Oh wait, no, these are having the weird thing too, so it doesn't. We do need a rancher in order to do this. That's different. Alright, I'm gonna let them mop this up before we build stuff over there. That has 200, we can deconstruct this. We can add a tiny tile right there. And then deconstruct that, so that this will now spread over. I want to be able to get to that food, that's why I'm trying to build the ladders there. Yeah, they mopped up all that water, we can go in here and build that, we can go here and do this. These are going to be both for Drecos. And I have an egg cracker right there. I need a tiny packet of water right there. I need mealwood being made there. I just need one bottle of water in there. Not much, just one. Once they finish all this, this should be 96 tiles. But it's going to keep saying that it's not until we have everything blocked off. There's another hatch in here. We just killed a hatch that was in there. Okay, we have some water in there. That's all I need. Automatic dispenser here and here. We want all but liquefiable. We can't do that one yet because it's not ready yet. Our next step is to clean up the colony here for a minute. 13. Oh, I forgot to bring a pip over. Alright, we'll have to make another trip home just to get the pip. It's not too bad though. I am going to grab the 2 Drekos, put them down here. We're not going to have a rancher for a while, but that'll be fine. I'm going to deliver suits to these since we have the 3 suits. We also need to put in exosuit forge. Doesn't matter where. We'll put it right there. No, we over. What is the potential? Potential is 1,000. I don't think I'm ever going to have everything running at once. It is the fridge, the filtration thing, the exosuit forges only go off a few times. If the massage clinic is the same or double what the exosuit forge is, we should be fine. Because these atmosuit docks only go off when they're filling up with air, so I don't think they'd be anything to worry about. Oh, it's 480. It's double the massage thing. That's fine. We're not going to be using this all the time. Repair atmosuit. Sure. And then this, I think I want just one more. Are we not able to move the Jarkos because they're... we don't have a rancher? I think that's what's going on over there. All of this. We're gonna have to go back, grab a rancher and a pip. I'm gonna need a bin up here with 4 seeds in it. What do we want up here? Do any of the... things that give off morale. Or that help with morale. How are our rooms? I think we have all the basics. Barrack, massage clinic, washroom, mess hall. We have a stable for them. Alright, our next thing is going to be adding the pipes for all these. And I did not put the pipes in before the natural tiles. This is going to be a little bit weird in terms of how I usually do it. It's going to be the out for anything that's extra. But then I also wanted to prioritize going up twice. So do that. Wait, is that... Did I just do this backwards? I did just do this backwards. Okay, I want to flip this around. And I also need to change this up a tiny bit. That should be the right way around. The thing that messed me up was that this was backwards. Hopefully I don't have to move the power wire as well. Dang it! How are they building those? I am going to put a door in here. That's going to be needed so that when we unfreeze our first dupe, we can make sure that they can't leave this base. What is in here? Uproot meat. First thing they have to go into is cooking so they can cook the meat. How hot is the water? The water geyser is 95 degrees, so we probably need iron or gold. Fluted water should be cold. We could have them connected together without insulation. That way, they transfer their temperatures. Apparently, I'm out of sandstone. Yeah. Okay, so let's go dig some more. There's a bunch right here. And there's a bunch over here. This is one of the... yeah, that's one of the water sources. So that's the in. I want a bottle drainer here. We are going to load this up first with polluted water that's all over your area. Yeah, I also got the air cleaner. This background tile should give us a bunch of sandstone. We're getting closer to being ready for the spawn, which isn't going to take too much. And we're going to be burning the hydrogen nonstop, rather than saving some for something else. It still says we don't have sandstone. I'm waiting for this to have a number to it. That means that we have enough for our pipes and we have a little left over afterwards. We are going to need a ladder run following here. That'll allow us to get a little bit of sandstone from this area. Alright, now we have some sandstone. It's gonna go from 0 to 400 as they move stuff around. But we do have enough for it now. Not that. The first little bits of polluted water going in. That will immediately prime the bathroom. Oh, we don't want it going down. And this is a 1-to-1 ratio, so it going in is going to stop after it fills that pipe up. Shower's already backed up, toilet's backed up. Sink is getting close to backing up. Now it is. Do I want it to fill the bottom first? I think I do. Otherwise it's gonna run out at some point. And although this is going to be running non-stop as it is right now, we still want it filled first. This isn't going to be the only water source going in there, it's just for right now it is. And... storage rate. What? Did I finish something? Oh, I did finish it. Look at that. The initial quota of dream content analysis has triggered a surge of electromagnetic activity that appears to be enhancing performance for duplicants everywhere. By duplicants keep this building fueled with dream journals, perhaps we will continue to reap this benefit. A small side compartment has also popped open, revealing an unfamiliar object. A keepsake, perhaps? Maximum altitude mode. So now we have a model plane, and that is going to go in here. We now get to deconstruct all of this stuff, not the background buildings. But we should actually have that on the other planet. That's one thing I forgot to put in, was the mini printing pod. They finished sweeping all that. Let's sweep all of this now. We need to activate and inspect. Now we get to have the sandstone over here. Means we don't have to dig as much. Why haven't they built anything over here? Don't know, but one thing I do know is that we need to place in all these pipes. No, we want it the other way around. Alright. Trying to think if I want to do this. Because all this is going to get powered from the outside. Let's start making the spawn. So that they can at least get breathable air renewably. This is going to be the bottom. Okay. Finally, we're gonna get rock crusher. Over here. It looks like they're doing all the building inside the colony first, probably because that's where everything is now. The majority of our debris. Oh, we do have a heat room. Okay, so there is a room that I've dedicated for cooling stuff down. Did not realize that until just now. Should I be doing the infinite liquid storages first? No, they could probably be put together. Why are they not building the ladders? They shouldn't be sweeping over building the ladders. Getting closer to having the inside of the colony all cleaned up. Oh, is it bugged? It's bugged. That's what happened. So now someone should come over here and build those because I replaced them. That happens occasionally. Alright, let's doom our first frosty friend. And see who we get. Papa Rasputin has made an amazing discovery. A barely working cryotank 3000 has been uncovered containing a Meemaw inside a frozen state. Papa Rasputin Papa Rasputin was successful in thawing Meemaw, and this encounter has filled both duplicants with a sense of hope. Something they will desperately need to keep their morale up when facing the dangers ahead. And Meemaw. Look at this. Meemaw likes researching and building, two things she will not be going into However, she does have enough to do grilling and ranching, which is awesome. Because now she can get those Drecos out of here. Only issue is that she's not going to have a soup. Are you making a bunch of meat? Is that what's going on over here? Yes. Yes, you are. You have all of it in there now. What is that? That's more meat. This should be on the set. How is the water doing? Water is not going well. This is not working at all. Because I have the pipes backwards. I need to go up first, then come back down. Not go down, then go up and go back down. So now we should be refilling the bathroom. There we go. So the bathroom is up and ready for Mima, who is unnamed. Schedule-wise, Mima should be on this one. Our next dupe is going to be the second one. So they'll be on 2 different schedules, but not that far apart. Oh, let's have all of this. Oh, that should probably be... Anyway, can I have these on a high priority? And body temperature is an issue over here because it's too cold. Mia Woods, if I can get to it. Whenever it wants to load. Mia Wood likes to be at 10 degrees, so Draco's probably gonna die. Mima, that is going to be your bed. The next one's going to be over here, and then we're going to occasionally have a third dupe. Why is this second doesn't have... That's weird. In here, we want to get rid of all of that. I also want to get some of this, but I don't think I can do that without deconstructing. If I get rid of that, where will you go? You pile up right here? Oh, all the water in here went away. That was just to stop things from off-gassing, so that's okay. Where did the water go? I just deleted water by doing that. Not what was meant to be. Happen. So we are gonna come... up here. And get into this, so that we can get a little bit of polluted water. It's dormant. Okay. Alright, one Draco's in here. The polluted water is at the bottom for some reason. Why did I need polluted? I already forgot why I needed polluted water specifically. I am spacing out hard on that. Also, what is going on with this dresser? I really can't remember why I was getting polluted water. Okay, we just got 2 bots that just came in and got banned immediately. We are gonna need regular water. I'm gonna leave the polluted water at the bottom. But in here, I need to put a carbon electrolyzer. We are gonna place it right here for now, and I'm gonna temporarily put 2 tiles underneath it. We need to add power. We need to add a pipe for water. We do now have a ladder going down there, so we could use that instead. So what I'm going to do is add another tile when I can. I'm going to put a bottle emptier next to it for regular water. Save this building so it doesn't use the water from inside the colony that we're trying to fill in. I also want to put a little bit of automation on this. Are you the one getting the first amount of water? Yes, you are. Look at you. Then we just have all of this water, which I could start working on combining. Wouldn't be too difficult. Let's do that. Grab that. This. Might as well take all of this then. All this water should slowly go down here. It's actually going to fill in a place I don't want it to fill in, so dig that, please. Get rid of that a little bit. Right here is a volcano, from what I remember. And I never moved this water because of that. just do this. That's gonna keep getting filled with water. Oh, the polluted water was for in here. Because we need to put 2 liquids in here. And this is not an iron volcano, but polluted oxygen instead. I am just going to deconstruct this tile. Nope, this tile. And take that out. Suppose we should start putting in the infinite liquid storages. How did I run out of metal? Max gas pressure. Oh no. I just needed a little bit of hydrogen so I could kickstart this whole thing. Okay. Right here is going to be a liquid pump. How cold is this going to be? Doesn't matter what it's made out of. And then just for looks, I put insulated tiles. Up there. We'll have to figure out how I'm gonna prioritize these later on. So right here is another door, then this door, then that door. This is the bottom of this area. And we're out of metal again. Are we empty enough that I can start? I'll let them mop that up. Who keeps getting the starving thing? Dude, get out of the rocket and you're fine. Lock that, lock this. We're gonna put a door here. Should be able to mop that up now. Unless when the door is in, I don't have to. Alright, now we can lock this. And this, and this, this. Now, are we going to change how much pressure is in there? I think just vacuum it out. We'll do it here. Okay, these vents only go up to 2 grams, right? Kilograms. I'll have to make it go all the way into space. Okay. Now it's Gino, messing around with the food. Get some medicine over on this column. For asteroid. Got another hatch. Be a little bit closer to not having water all over the place. But someone came over, attacked the hatch for most of its damage, and then left. Why? So that will eventually make the pressure go down enough that I can get some hydrogen in here. Why are you not finishing it? There we go. I finally started mopping up here, so I can get rid of this and this. These I can also get in here and get rid of all that. Looks like one of our Drecos died and did not make an egg. Probably because it starved. Since they are ranched, time until death. We're probably gonna have to bring more Drecos over here once this is warm enough for them to eat from. How is the pipe getting? We're doing pretty good on getting this filled up. Pretty soon we'll be filling this up. I got everything done over there. I want to remove all three of these. We then want to relocate them. Now, what I'm going to do for pipes, which may become an issue later on, is I'm just going to go like this. We also want to put the good wires out here just in case, so that's all of our refined metal. This is for water, this is for polluted water. We can actually sweep all that up. We're getting closer and closer to having this all done. So coming from here, we have a lot of priority stuff. After this, we want it to go outside the base. Do that. This off. Go like this. I don't have to worry about what the heck we're going to do over here. I think I just need to go like that and tell them that this can be opened again. Wait, nope, nope. We can cancel that. We can cancel this, because all I have to do is deconstruct these two tiles. Okay, all 3 kilograms of water's over here, so we're going to empty this on a 7, because it takes anyone. And then I need to do the same pedestal trick with regular water. Get out of the way. So if we move. Sweep all that up and out of here. We shouldn't be cracking anything. But definitely didn't misuse the Dreco eggs. We can now, however, reintroduce this to here and clean up the polluted water around the base. Still says we have 14,000 calories, which I'm surprised. We haven't really dropped from that. So the amount of food that we're digging up and creating for right now is enough to feed 5 dupes. 6, because there's one in the rocket probably. Papa Rasputin, why are you in here? I'm just gonna ground that. Because all the food is now in here somewhere. Close to finishing this. That's what they're working on right now. For the sake of everyone having a bed. We have 2 bottles out of the 3 that we need. Oh, that's why there was so much debris standing right here, because they stand there and put the stuff in. Okay. That makes sense. We're gonna need to start doing crushing with copper. Another 20 orders. Why are you guys not finishing this first? Finish those 4. Now we need another one. Sorry, another 2 here. Just like that. We're gonna need the Atmos sensor. We're then going to need the power network, which is going to take the rest of my power. And if I look at this correctly, we could tie this all in one go. That should be all that we need. This needs to come over here. Which it says we don't have any metal at all. Always take extra food. Hopefully after I dig all that out, we should have enough for a little bit. A little bit there, 1 piece there. all we're trying to do is lower this enough that this starts to off-gas and create a tiny amount of hydrogen. One for the Draco, or a portion for the Dracos, and also a little bit for the Spom, so we can charge it. But I need these done now, so I can move that water over. Dig up any... no, we did. That in here. Alright, so the water that's coming in here is going to go over and then bridge up and in. This will have to be a priority though, so it's going to have to come over one and then go in. This next pipe is going to be from this geyser here. It's going to be hot water. They can't get in here because I forgot to tell them to dig that one down. We're still sweeping up this side. We have the water. Let's remove all those. Relocate them to all over here. Prioritize them. I know it just made the building of the wires super high priority, that's fine. I should be able to put this in. Alright, what I'm going to tell them to do is when they come inside, I'm going to get them to take off their suits. You're not going in, you're going out. Where are you taking water? Oh, right there. It's above 800. It is below, or above 200. I have to take their suits off, so Willow, equip your suit. Sophie, unequip your suit. Oh, they're worn suits. Okay, they're gonna attempt to fix them, but not be able to. You know? Pick up your suit. Doop. Take off your suit. It should mean that one person who's still in the base has a suit on. These are both wearing suits, by the way. Put this boots in, and I'll put your suit. That's probably going to also be worn. It's actually not. No, it is. It just didn't say it, or have the visual for it. That's already... They took the water away. I now have to do this again. So they dropped it in, then they took it and moved it somewhere else. This should be ready for me to close that off. we're going to do temporarily so that we can make sure this is primed correctly is we are going to add another airflow tile here so that hydrogen can leave just in case it comes down the bottom part. Eventually, all this should move around and say that there is enough or a lack of pressure, because we're now sucking all this up. They are saying they cannot eat. Why? Food type not permitted. What? Oh, the meat. Barbecue. We don't have them allowed to eat barbecue. We almost made everyone starve. They have these again. Relocate them one more time. The water there. For a second, I thought I wasn't hovering over the water. That should be the only thing for them to do is the water. I don't think I have them cleaning anything else. We did just chomp through half of our food. That's not 2,000 grams, or 2 grams, kilograms. Are we moving the third bottle? What are you gonna do? Swoop in? Okay, Gino. Would you mind emptying that, please? Thank you. Now we go like this. Oh, that actually needs to be an airflow tile for later. Wait. We didn't put the water in. That's what we were starting to do over here. Alright, so this is going to be another complicated pipe. Which I should have just had come through this way. That's what I'm going to do. It's going to be bridged down here first. Which I think I will just do like this instead. Because it is going to be the main priority of feeding the plants, and then it goes up into here. And the polluted water, how are we going to get that tied into inside here? I think I see a complicated way of doing it. So if I just do that, that should prioritize filling it in from inside the colony, from the bathroom first. Which should also mean that we are prioritizing using the polluted water over the regular water. We still haven't made any hydrogen yet. It should be getting close to being usable. I could just break open a hole over here. I cut that off for a little bit, let the gases move around. Alright, the next thing we need to do is lock this and this so that they don't go in there and just sit, which would release all of the water. And also set this up to be ready to pump out. I think I want a scientist to be in here. This comes out. This comes out. Take that out. It's set up to analyze, but there's nobody in here that can analyze that. They put in the water, right? Put in the power. That doesn't get a gas pipe, so we're gonna go like this and put in the floor yet again. And what I'm gonna do, just to make it look a little bit better in the future, is first deconstruct all this. We're just gonna cut them off from going in the building. But I'm gonna put an extra little bit of space for hydrogen to fill in. Well, we do have some hydrogen being made, so let's just close that off as quickly as we can. And I think this is a good enough space for us to call it quits, but what we need to do first is get everyone home. So we're gonna start our launch sequence. We're going home without our suits because there's too many broken. I'm not going to try and fix them before we go home, which I don't think we could do. This should be leaving. There we go. And that is going to slowly destroy everything down here until it's out of that pocket of heat range. Luckily, it's space behind it. So it's probably going to break these eventually. And with them going home, and us having broken suits, this one dupe may starve? Why the Draco is out here, I don't know. Some coal. If we really need to give them food, we'll go out and grab some more food. There's one right here. That should be enough for one day at least. And then for those who can hear me, after everyone else comes out from the ads, we are going to be raiding out. Can you do this first so that you have food? We can always bring food over here, but I want them to have food. Okay, Draco's back in here. We are slowly getting hydrogen built up in here. But it also requires us to have this gas moved out. How am I gonna put this about? Scolding because they made it home. Because they don't have a suit on. They should be fine. Alright, rockets being refueled. That'll be ready for us in the next stream. We are still in an ad. About another 30 seconds, so we're still waiting. Our liquids, we've gotten to just polluted water now. Can I mop any of this? No, not yet. Heat over here is probably still 1,000. No, it's getting close to being able to mop. Might be able to mop over here and then work my way over. You know, there's not that much water right there, so they might be able to mop it all up, and then it won't keep spreading. Which is over here. Only 15 kilograms. I'm surprised that it's still spreading. And this should be still picking up water occasionally. So that should be going down just because it's being picked up by the pump. welcome back from the ads, everyone. You may have been here for a little bit. I just noticed while you guys were in ads that most of this water is now taken care of, and although on this end it's too much water, we are able to work our way from the left to the right to get rid of it all. We're doing that just to pass time while you guys were in the ads. Our people are back home. We are down 5 Atmos suits. As our dock, we're going to need to make more or fix the others. We're going to have to take in a few Drecos to our other asteroid. We're going to have to bring a Pip with us so they can plant the seeds in the nature reserve on the natural tiles without us having to build it. So, that's going to be it for today's stream. We are going to take our screenshot of this asteroid along with our one person that has 800 calories left of food. So there's our screenshot. Let's save the game. Go into our raid out scene and see who we're going to find to raid. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.